Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, February the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys in the main room, just looking for some confirmation in the YouTube room that you, thank you very much, Pepe. Like clockwork now. Okay, guys, so both rooms are ready. You can hear me, see my screen. You know, you guys who live in the East Coast have got such an advantage. I mean, there's so much pre-market stuff. I wish I could take advantage of it. Anyway, and there are a lot of earnings plays today. A lot of earnings plays. In fact, my favorite stock, eBay. eBay has earnings today, up 6%. Who the heck uses eBay? I know. Once every 3 months, guys, I'll utter those famous words. But eBay is an earnings play. Starting to fade though. But let's take a look at, first of all, let's take a look at the ones that are up the most this morning. So here's Ruby, RUBI. So what did it do? Got up to 429, pulled back down to 381. Let's see if it can hold the top of the wave on the 15-minute chart. Actually, I'm surprised I've got a 15. Probably need about a 5-minute chart. There we go. What else did I see? I think Rely is an earnings play. RELY is an earnings play. Fading though, and look at this pre-market high, 1692. So it's fading down to 1630. The market, who knows what's going to happen today. Right now, the market is, weak, a little bit weak, down a couple of points. That's the SPY anyway. EMAT, guys, this is some kind of a continuation play. EMAT, look what it did. Close at the high yesterday, and this is a continuation play so far, and that is for EMAT, EMAT. Looks like this started as an IPO last month. FIG, I want to take a look at FIG because this looks like another fade opportunity. Figma, this is an earning. Yeah, well, it's already had a big fade. Where did it get up to this morning? Got up to around 27, say almost $28, down to 26 now. This is an earnings play. Figma, FIG, an earnings play. CLAR, CLAR, where are you? You are an earnings play also, and you are down on earnings. And right at the low of the pre-market so far. And this is a lifetime low. This is a lifetime low. So this was I guess this was a IPO a few months ago. This is a lifetime low now for CKLAR. William was talking about EPAM. This is another earnings play. Yes, it is. EPAM is another earnings play. Another one, not an all-time low, but at the low of the day, or the low of the pre-market. The next low on a monthly chart is about, looks like it's right there. So, wow. 138.18. So it's below that. I have to scroll back. So there's a low right here of 111.44, and that was back in 2019. Okay, that was January 2019. So interesting. And it was a beat raise. Wow, a beat raise. That's for EPAM. Interesting. What do you mean? Beating on revenue, beating on earnings, and also raising the guidance. Doesn't matter. They extended their losses. No, sorry, that was, excuse me, that's just the pre-market. That's the reason, I guess. Issued Q1 GAAP EPS guidance below the estimates. So they may have beat. Well, how did they beat if it's below the estimates? Anyway, doesn't really matter. Look at this, down. Etsy. Etsy is another earnings play, guys. I'm just sort of trying to pick off some of these earnings plays that people have heard of. So here's Etsy, another one that's fading though. It looks like we're in a great looking market today. If you're looking to fade some tops, especially some of these earnings plays, not all of them, of course, maybe, but certainly a lot of these are just fading. ETSY. There's another one that's fading, APPN. Not really, it's not fading a lot, but it is. This is another earnings play, APPN. Goes near the high of yesterday. Lemonade, LMND. Yeah, I mean, it's fading. I mean, when I say fading, I mean, just looking at the high in the pre-market. So this got up to 77.69 and got all the way down to 71.91. I mean, those are big drops. So, to me, it just looks like a potential fade, especially if it can't hold the VWAP. Okay, there's the VWAP. It's right at the VWAP, and that's Lemonade, LMND, another earnings play. This is not an earnings play, but this had some news. OSS had some news, getting a $2.5 million contract from your U.S. Navy. Is that right? $10.5 million new P/8A Poseidon Awards. Okay, whatever that means, they got it. Okay, so that is the news for OSS. Fairly low float, 19 million in the float. Next high looking left has some room to 10, and that's for OSS. Yeah, Carvana, as you said, wild action after hours in terms of earnings. Let's take a look at it more on the 15-minute chart. You'll see what I'm talking about. So that purple area right here, mauve area, I guess, is reaction, released earnings after hours. It plunged all the way down, I don't know how much on volume, but 207, well, pretty good volume, down to $271. Right back up to 363 for a while. Almost got flat. So there's Carvana. And as Obi pointed out, if you CVNX, yeah, so if you thought Carvana was going to continue to recover, what's the volume like? Not bad, 281,000. But if you thought that Carvana was going to keep recovering, you could buy this CVNX. So you notice this is down 7.5%, or almost 7.25%. That the stock is down 7.25%. This is down double that. Well, another earnings play, Herbalife, HLF. HLF is another earnings play. Again, it just looks like they want to fade. Had earnings popped after hours to $20. They just look like they want to fade. You kidding me? Cristiano Ronaldo invests $7.5 million and acquires a 10% equity stake. Well, how about that? All right. Well, okay. So even without that investment news from Ronaldo, it looks like it probably would have moved higher anyway. Looks like the earnings are decent. No volume though, 27,000 shares. They released earnings after hours. The volume will certainly pick up. Before I keep going, let's take a look at silver. What is silver doing this morning? It was a nice, so basically flat. Basically flat. We did have a pop up here to about $71, but yeah, basically flat right now. Only up 0.64% from yesterday's close. A pretty wild day yesterday. How's gold doing? GLD. Yeah, basically flat also. Yeti is another earnings plan. I'm just trying to show the ones that are, is it down or up? Down. Yeti is down. YETI, the thermoses. No volume yet. They released, actually, it's interesting. They released pre-market, and there's really no volume yet for Yeti, YETI. Okay, there's digital brands, guys. Now, you know what I said what I was going to do yesterday? I was going to take a look at the stocks that had closed near the high of the day and see if they had any continuation. So there's, you can see there's DBGI, goes right at the high of the day, up a little bit, but there is some resistance probably around, well, 7. So it doesn't look clean enough. Doesn't look clean enough to me. So even without Ronaldo's investment in Yeti, no, not Yeti. It wasn't Yeti. I'm sorry. That was Herbalife. Excuse me. HLF. So even though it was a beat in line, all right. So let's go. So there's Herbalife. So it's kind of holding. It's right at the VWAP area. Let's see if that Ronaldo investment. I mean, it obviously is a worldwide. I guess at this point we just call him a celebrity. Still, I guess he's still a great soccer player, but football player. Sorry. All right, so this AGIG had a great day yesterday. Got up to $4, closed down here at 380. Not a huge pullback. Started the day at around 3. So it's looks like, and this looks like it is. There's the all-time high, I guess. Well, no. Okay, so I know somebody told me this used to be another Huma. Was this Huma? HUMA. I think this was HUSA. I think this is HUSA, and they changed their symbol to AGIG. I think somebody told me that yesterday. So that's why when you look at the lifetime range at 14%, you say, well, wait a minute, looks like that would be the lifetime high. What I will do is I will put a price alert in that area because this could easily keep going, I guess. It's a low float, 6 million in the float. We'll take a look at XLE. Of course, with what may or may not happen in the Middle East, XLE is probably going to be the big sector of the day. Take a look at the financials. The market Dow was up a little, so let's see if the financials got even closer to that 200-day moving average. And the answer is yes. So look what it did. It touched it. Okay, it touched the 200-day moving average. This is the financial ETF, big one, and it did close a little bit below it, and it's starting a little bit weak, but at least it did touch it. Interesting. XLU dropped yesterday. Well, anyway, the big one is the financials. So the financials are at least getting back close to the 200-day moving average. Well, it just went too quickly, but there's that EMAT. The EMAT closed right at the high yesterday, and I want to watch these ones going forward. Next high looking left is $16. So it just ripped off. Not not a ton of volume yet, but still too late now. Not shortable for me to interactive brokers. Look at that. Yeah, look at the float, 870,000 in the float. People are, I guess, not drinking enough beer. TAP is an earnings play, guys. TAP. Now, look at this fade. TAP is an earnings play. Molson Coors. This is an earnings play. On the monthly chart, 45.22 is the next low on the monthly chart. Through the 200-day moving average. So on the daily chart, should have looked at that first. Actually, it looks like it's about the same, 45.80. So there is a little bit of room, about $1.20 or so to the next low. And that is for TAP. Give me one moment, please. All right. Derma, DRMA. I'm just going to see cardio. This was one from yesterday, the CDIO continuation. So what did it do yesterday? It got up to 285 and it closed down here at, that's a big pullback percentage wise. Okay. And, well, let's call it three down to two. So, I mean, that a big pullback. So it is active again, though, right now. Again, the high yesterday, though, was 280. So that might stall it. Yeah, so look at Fig here, guys. I mean, this is Figma. This is a two-timer for Figma. I mean, I'm looking at Figma. Looks like a great. Well, it's already faded, maybe too much. I mean, I wish I'd seen it right around here. This is an earnings play, but it's just fading, 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 fading. And I love Figma paints in quotes a pretty picture as new products propel revenue growth analysis. Reported results and guidance demonstrated surging growth, stabilizing growth margins, solid traction with new artificial intelligence, but it is not. RBC means it maintains raising its price target from 31 to 38. I'm sorry, it reduced the price target from 38 to 31. All the hoopla about this one got up to 142. This was an IPO. Okay, this one is crashing down underneath a dollar, ALIT. Okay, Rick Hahn in our YouTube room. Well, you have to understand what an alert window is and a top list window is, but an alert window for sure. Okay, I'm talking to Rick in our YouTube room. So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. If you haven't done this already, okay, if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to Rick in our YouTube room. Scroll down a little bit until you see the education section. Click on the more info, and then scroll down to where you see this getting started with trade ideas. Sounds like you're a subscriber already, or if you're not, but you can start off with the second video. These are short videos, alerts and top lists. I mean, this is showing you how you can create an alert window. Okay. So when you say the best guide for creating your own scans, I mean, at least you have to understand what an alert window is, and that, and then the next step is you can peruse all the different real-time alerts and all the different filters that we have. Okay, but this I would probably take a look at this. But probably though, if you're brand new to trade ideas, I would start off with this second video and go to the end. There are 12. There'll be 11 of them. That'll at least cover all the key elements of trade ideas. Okay, but for instance, if here's an alert window and an example of an alert window. If I click on configure and then search, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Okay, there's a lot of them. Start right at the very top here. New high of the day, new low of the day, but we have a lot of real-time alerts. And if you keep scrolling down, when you get to these icons, these are the filters. So here's how you can put the price range you like, a minimum volume that you like, things like that. Okay. So when you say the best guide for, I guess if you have any idea about what you're looking for, you can just go to you just can kind of peruse all of these. You don't have to learn them all, of course, but if you have an idea about what you're looking for, then you can just kind of, scroll down the list as, I know what that is, and you can incorporate that as part of your layout or a part of your scan. So we don't have EMAs, unfortunately, Rick. Okay. I know how crazy it sounds. We don't have EMAs. We have SMAs, but not EMAs. But when you say a new high, I mean, that's sort of a new high with a pullback, and it's not going to be a new high anymore, as an example. Why don't you come into the room though, the trading room? Okay, you're in YouTube is okay, but why don't you come into the main room? There's a lot more action there. But you could only depends what you're talking about. Are you talking about on the daily chart, like going back to the 10 SMA on the daily chart? So come into the main room, okay? Just give me a moment. I'll get that link. Click on my homepage link. Yeah, just a minute, do re mi. And do re mi. Good one. So if you click on my homepage link, and I'm trying to get ready for the open, okay? That's why I'm kind of racing here. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to anybody in YouTube right now. There's another room, the trading room. It's free. Just a lot more action, okay? A lot more traders in the room. And for you, Do Re Mi, click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link, put it there, scroll down, get to the education section, click on the more info, and then right here, getting started with trade ideas. So if you're brand new to trade ideas, you can start at the login. More than likely, you've already logged in, And so you can start off with the second video. But if you're a brand new subscriber, definitely start off with a login and then proceed through the 12 videos. They're not very long, but do yourself, anybody who's new to Trade Day, do yourself a favor. It's a software program, bit of a learning curve like any other software program. Do yourself a favor and look at these videos. It covers most of the key elements of the program, okay? Otherwise, you drive yourself crazy trying to figure out, well, how do I do this? How do I do that? Okay? Now, give me a moment. I just have to save my layout. You don't want to be in the other chat room. You're okay. You're in the right one. The other one is a YouTube room. It's the same. They hear me, see my screen, but there's a delay. Okay, about 8 seconds that YouTube puts on it. So it's not like it's another room. I mean, it's another room, but it's the same format. Okay, so if you want to be in the again the room that has a lot more interaction amongst traders, you're in the right room. Okay, give me a moment. I've got to get my layout that I use, my 930 layout up and running. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just rearranging things on my other monitor. And just want to see, I'm going to show the top six now from that previous layout that I had. I had the top 15 stocks that were up. This is the top six. Make sure I didn't, well, I don't guess I didn't talk about Box L. So there's the Ruby still at the top here. RUBI still at the top, still hanging over 4. Had some news, I guess. Did it have news? I can't remember if I actually had any news. It's a freight company. Box L, BOXL. Don't see any news on it. Low float, other than the fact it's a low float, 920,000 in the float. Look at the volume, 13 million. So yeah, I mean, I guess this is 161 underneath the VWAP now. I didn't talk about WIBO. There was a reason. Yeah, I think what happened is it got underneath $1 again. I don't trade stocks under $1, but anyway, here's YIBO. And let's see the next high. Where did it get to this morning? Yeah, it got to at least $1.20. There's the 200-day moving average, 127. That's for the YIBO. And the Rely is an earnings play. RELY is an earnings play. RELY is an earnings play, hanging around the VWAP. And we talked about the cardio, big one from yesterday, the CDIO. Okay, less than a minute to this open, guys. So have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. You're right. Boxell got up to 186 after hours yesterday. MD Isan Khan acquired. Okay, I didn't. Just trying to see if I can see that news. Interesting. I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, we are now open. So look at Yeti, guys. I mean, Yeti closed at the high of yesterday, ahead of its earnings. Its bets were being placed that it'd be decent. Obviously not. So there's Yeti, Y-E-T-Y, I, sorry, I. Okay, so Yeti is moving though higher, a little bit higher now, guys, a little bit higher. Okay, it's still down 7%, little pop. Okay, a gig, AGIG, guys. This, you know what? I know I don't usually trade in the first 15, but this just looks 420, 410. What's the bid ask? What's the volume like? It's picking up. This was the old HUSA, H-U-S-A. Okay, guys, it's starting to move. AGIG moving on the move here. AGIG on the move. Another one that closed, fairly near the high of yesterday. Just pull back a little bit. AGIG. Oh, this one's got a little bit of room. CISS, guys. Look at the daily chart for this one. CISS. The next high looking left is 244. So there is some room. CISS. This is an earnings play. CISS is an earnings play. Okay. Cheap earnings play. CISS, guys. Cheap earnings play with a little bit of room to the 240 mark, 246 mark. Another one that was super active 2 days ago, the OLB got up to 184. Yesterday got down to 88 cents. That's over a dollar again, OLB. Yeah, gig. Yeah, absolutely. AGIG. And I don't normally, you got to take, but be careful. Oh, well, careful. It's 6 million in the float. Spread is worsened now, 26.39. Wasn't like that when I took it. So, but again, I don't usually do that, but got over four. CIS, keep an eye on CIS for sure. CISS, cheap earnings play, probably flying under the radar of all the other earnings plays. Has a little bit of room to about 243, which is okay on a percentage basis if it got anywhere close to it. Meanwhile, the market opening 5 minutes. Let's see, 5 minutes. So uncertain right now. There's the VWAP for the market on the SPY anyway. Not when I say the market, I'm talking about the SPY. So as we start, Dow's down, Qs are down a little, SPY is down a little. Okay, let's take a look at maybe the power of Ronaldo here. Okay, guys. So here's HLF. Let's see if it catches a little more wind here because it's an earnings play. But I think probably more important is that Ronaldo put $7.5 million in it. That would be 10% of the company. Gives them a 10% stake. So he is a big shareholder now in HLF. Now, as we speak, it is untradeable. Okay, 1901, 1933 bid ask. So it's basically untradeable. It's even become more untradeable. 1892, 1933. There's no volume yet. That's the issue. Surprised. No volume at all. 57,000 shares. There's a CIS, guys. CISS. I mean, if you're in this one, there's your next high looking left around 243. So the box L is, I guess it did challenge the pre-market or post-market highs of yesterday, BOXL. Yeah, Steve in our YouTube room said a potential short. It might be. It will be without me though, because I don't have shares available. Interactive Brokers. Sue, look at the market here. A little red bar. So I had a green bar. Blue is good. Red is bad. Okay. So red bar now. Now the 50-cent level for stocks under $5 can be a bit of a block. You can see what's happened. It got right to 450. Okay. Can be a block, sort of like a whole number. With that in mind, I have taken some off of the AGIG in case it cannot get through that 50-cent level. I hope it does, of course, but let's put a price alert up here, guys, at 450. I mean, that's basically, I think I got the 449. If I got maybe even got the 450, but no, if it powers through that. Now, a lot of people are looking at this and thinking, oh, it must be an all-time high, but it is not an all-time high. It's an all-time high as it's trading as AGIG, but they changed symbols from HUSA, HUSA. We've got 441, 450 on the bid ask. No, but I can share these two races and the halts resumes. Okay, and then you can create your own charts. Okay, I mean, I have a 2 and a 5 and a weekly, daily, monthly. That may not be what you want. So, but I am sharing these two races and the halts resumes. So if you do want that, sort of reason I do that is, but not everybody wants my entire layout. Okay, so it's kind of a pick and choose, a la carte. So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, scans. So here are the ones you can actually see. The biggest large cap gainers is here. It's all kind of gets muddled in the first 15 minutes. Let me just start it again. This is a volatile race, a much more volatile race. You can see stocks that are going to be moving some big percentages up. But of course, with that, yes, 450. Come on, 449, 455 in the bid ask. And then here's the Hulse resumes. Okay. Usually this is a lot more active right now. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Okay. This thing's very rare. I take a trade in the first 15, but the gig just looked like it had that look about it. I didn't take the CIS. I know I talked about it a lot, but unfortunately, I did not take the CIS, the CISS. So, but it's turned out to be almost doing what I was hoping it might do. I didn't take it though. 241 though is the next high. 243 is the next high. If it can somehow take that out, then 288 is the next high. All right, a gig. A gig is just a little bit over 450 now. If it pulls back underneath 450, I'm probably out of it all, but this was active in the pre-market. So a lot of the energy stocks, of course, are going to be active. Let's take a look at the sectors. So there's XLE, major ETF for the energy plays. So OIH, oil services. So the energy stocks are moving. The worst sector right now are the nukes, NLR. Okay, nukes and uranium. So energy stocks, as we speak, are the ones to be in. Now, this is not exactly an energy stock, but it's freight, transportation, I guess. Greek stock. Yeah, it's kind of a weird looking flag for Cyprus. Come on, one more pop for a gig. Oops. Thank you. Yeah, another energy play, BATL, as pointed out by Obi. BATL, another one. All of these little ones. But I've got my hands full with the AGIG. I've really had to pay attention to it. It's on my other monitor, okay? So that's why I don't have to see it here. It's on my other monitor. It's got a little parabolic. Well, not a little. It's gone parabolic. Look at the 2 minute. Well, look at the 5 minute. Look how it's the bottom of the bar is not touching the top of the wave, so it's gone very parabolic. Of course, BP. Pick any energy stock, and they're probably up. You know what the nice thing? This is which I should do. Let's go to the. I usually do this a little bit later, but let me go. I'm going to click on new. I'm going to click on dog channel bar, and I'm going to click on show more. Okay, down to the show more, and I'm going to click on the sector status. Okay, and I want to take a look at XLE because so oil services XLE, but this is XLE. So Oxy. I mean, look, So look at Oxy, guys. I mean, these are major stocks. Oxy up 9.2%, APA 5%, etc. There's only probably one stock that's down. Let's take a look and see why is this one down. Okay, VLO is the only stock that is down. Well, also MPC. Now, when I say down, it's only down half a percent, but maybe it's going to join the party because virtually all the other stocks that make up XLE are up for the day. But look at Oxy. Is this an earnings play also? Is Oxy an earnings play? It is an earning, so it's also an earnings play. So it had earnings on the right day when all the energy stocks were flying. So had earnings also. How about APA? Not an earnings play. So I'm going to go over this in a little, this whole sector status a little bit later. Okay, guys, Yeti is moving down on earnings. YETI moving down on earnings. Ruby just turned up to be a bust. He's hanging around the 3 level now. So Yeti, let's see what happens if it can take out 43. The next high or low looking left is around 40, well, 41, 41. So there's a little bit of room. Yeah, actually, I don't like it. I mean, if I look left on Yeti, 42.57 or so. So it's only got about 50 cents to the next low. Okay, keep an eye on the HLF if the volume picks up, okay? Just because of the Ronaldo, see the volume, see, look at the volume. It really picked up. It's an earnings play. See where it could go. So it looks like the next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 1948. It's not a low float, 100 million. It's not high, but it's certainly not a low float. They're talking about the Herbalife, HLF. I've got a 2 and a 5. Okay, take your pick. You're gonna, that's just a little early though for the wave. It is a little bit early, and especially on these volatile ones. It's not. The volatile ones really. It's. I mean, I'm not saying don't look at the wave, but it's. They can be very volatile. By the way, we'll be changing the name to Wave Rider. You guys have been talking about Talk. Talkspace is an earnings play, I guess. Yeah, Talkspace is an earnings play. Talk. I'm going to do something here. I want to see if I can do it without too much of a disruption. Okay. Yeah, that's it for me. As I said, if it broke down through 150 or 450 again, I was going to be out. So the AGIG. Look at the Herbalife now. Son of a whatever. Look at the Herbalife now, guys. HLF. Now the issue is it is coming into that monthly high, I believe. That monthly high. But look at it now. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Well, I mean, it's sort of the moment of truth. I mean, but there's another high in the monthly chart around 2067. I mean, it's certainly far enough away, but I just feel like I missed where I wanted to get it. All right. Well, let's see what else is happening. So the hymns yesterday, hymns HIMS. Well, this is it's true. I mean, it's this SMWB. It was an earnings play yesterday. Basically, it got down to an all-time low. It's basically flat right now. Maybe it has a bit of a recovery in it. Maybe. The market, yeah, trying to find a direction still. I'm still hanging around the VWAP. The SPY anyway is still hanging around the VWAP. Oh, I thought this was going to be an ETF for something, but no. Cold is an earnings play, guys. Cold is an earnings play, and looking left, last month's high was 1366, so it's pretty close. Looks like there's, to me anyway, it looks like there's too much resistance on the monthly chart. Look at the daily chart, the same sort of thing. So I won't take that one. Remember this one from yesterday is really, really starting to fade now, guys. The CMPS, excuse me, had a great 2 days. Though yesterday it got up to 890, closed down here 840, below yesterday's low now though, and the next low looking left is 729. So if it continues to fade, that is maybe what you want to be paying attention to. 729. See how close it gets to the low of 2 days ago. If it continues to fade underneath the whole number. Ugh, the MLEC. This was a wild one yesterday, guys, and it's wild again today. So the high yesterday was 19, and it closed down here at say call it 1450, but it's above yesterday's high now. What's the spread like? Well, always pretty bad spread, but I mean it's bad. But for a stock that might move $3 or $4 or $5, it's not terrible. Okay, another earnings play, Pediatrics Medical Group. MD is another earnings play, and it is well, it's trying to recover. So it got thumped down on earnings. It's still down 14%, trying to recover a little bit. Well, I tried to get the KLAR on a short, but I couldn't get a fill. shoot, too bad. There's plenty of shorts available. There's 800,000, but the uptick rule down 24%. So I hung at 1441. The bid ask was 1441, 1442. I hung there for about 10 seconds. They would not fill me. And that is basically, I guess, because of the uptick rule, stocks down more than 10%. It can be frustrating. You go in at the bid, trying to get a short, but there has to be sometimes has to be some action coming back at the ask. I'm trading at the ask, and you could be in a big queue of others wanting to short ahead of you. So that's what happened to me, I guess. Shoot. Well, okay, so Doremi asked a question about earnings play. Well, if it's an earnings play, typically they're going to be active all day. Just think about it. Stocks that have earnings, be they good or bad, the reaction, usually they're going to be active all day. Okay, so the companies that have earnings plays for me are ones that released after hours the day before, and then of course this morning before the market opens. So those are the earnings plays. You can change it, Ricardo or Richard. Sorry, you can. You have to go back, I guess, and log in again and just change your whatever name you chose. Obviously, you chose your name. I understand. Maybe you don't want to have your name there. It's a great name. Now, I did not take. I mean, the MD is moving. Did not take it. Uh, Clara is moving down. Keeps moving down. Earnings play moving down. Clara, as in KLAR. All right, guys, it's 9:57. So typically around this time is when I go over my homepage, all the information you can find, including the scans, top lists, etc., that I'm sharing. Okay. Give me a moment as I find my homepage link. Okay. Yeah, no, I saw you on the YouTube page. Yeah, I did see you. Okay, guys, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. And I checked the promo code this morning and it looks like it's still working. Okay. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can use my promo code. You'll get 22% off. Please listen and please listen carefully. 22% off the first month only. First month only. And if you're wondering why I nag at that, because we get so many emails of people not understanding. They take out a subscription on a monthly basis. And the discount's only good for the first month. And they start complaining, well, how come I'm paying more the second month? The discount's good for the first month only. Okay. Now you get 22% off an annual. If you take on an annual subscription, of course, it's for the entire year. And it doesn't matter if you pick our standard or our premium service. Okay. Now those discounts apply to both. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. Using my code really helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room right here. Okay. And the company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So for those of you who are in YouTube, there is another room. It's way more active. More traders are here. More interaction amongst traders. Okay. And it is free. It's the same. It's free. The big advantage, I think, well, not I think, This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so if you consider 9:30 the opening of the market, so this is open in the pre-market 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Now, I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so I don't do that. But Obi in the trading room, he opens it up. Thank you, Obi, every day opening up at 6:45. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9. Now, this room is also open after I leave. Usually in the again, when I'm talking this room, I'm talking the trading room. It's usually open now to about 3:45. I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. So yesterday I stayed almost to 3:30. If I have questions, I'll always hang around. But William will keep the room open even if I do leave. He keeps the room open. So most of the time, this room is open from 6:45 to 3:45 Eastern time. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and you've clicked on my homepage link, first thing you must do, click on the education section, the more info, mandatory. Getting started with Trade Ideas is the first thing you must do. As I said before, it's a software program. There's obviously a learning curve to any software program. What we've tried to do with these 12 short videos is get you started. That's why it's called Getting Started. Covers most of the key elements of the program. It's not going to make you an expert, but it covers most of the key elements of the program. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering if it's a right fit for you, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about what the program's capabilities are. And you can always try us on a monthly basis. Okay, it's just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. And there are about 15 of them. Again, they're all free. Oh, look at Herbalife now, guys. Look at Herbalife now. Well, hopefully some took advantage of it. Talked about it enough. All right. Next thing. Oh, scroll down. I missed out. Just give me a moment. You've clicked on my homepage link. If you've clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down and you'll see something that's called Keep It Simple, Get the Trade of the Week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. And you'll get an email. It'll outline where a potential alert, an entry is, where a stop is, how you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. They're designed for longer term trades. But again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Look at Herbalife go now. It's going to challenge 20. Oh, well. Now, again, if you don't think you're getting it after signing up, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. The last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section right here, custom scans. They're not technically all scans. This is killing me. Herbalife. So looking for my scan, these are races. These are two races. There's Herbalife right at the top here, a large cap race. And then this race is a wide open race. Wide open in that it can be very volatile. Rarely will you see this is actually kind of rare today to see stocks that are even up over 1% in this large cap race. But in this race, you will see stocks. Look at this one, 29% up. Now, I'm going to explain the race a little bit more detail. When I say 29% up, you might look at that, go, well, wait a minute. It's up 170%. Look at this, 38%. What that means is since the race started, it has moved to 38%. That's what that I might have to delete HLF from my thumbnail charts on my other monitor. It's probably, I'm not going to say it was my number one pick for me today, but it certainly was up there. Well, at least I got the gig before it. I did okay on that, but very ticked off. I'm not in the HLF. So let me get back to this. No more moaning. So this is the large cap race. This is a wide open race. Wide open in that, there's no market cap minimum. There's no minimum float. It's just wide open. That's why you can get some big percentage moves. movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. I do have that on my other monitor. Okay, it looks kind of like this. It's like a old school ticker crawl, real time alerts. Okay, competing scans, stocks moving up versus stocks moving down. This is the Hulse resumes is over here. Very surprised. Usually this is a way more active right now, but this is Hulse resume showing stocks that are halts, and then when they resume, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And then these are some other scans over here that I am currently sharing. I do not have them up and running, but I am sharing them. You can take a look. You're interested in a momentum scan, a gap scan, but I don't have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that I'm trying to pare down the number of scans that I'm looking at. I don't want to get too overwhelmed. I have no idea. 162. We haven't done a test drive in probably 2 years now, so there's nothing. There's not one in the in the future, or the near future anyway. If any, I don't know. The company doesn't seem to want to do them anymore. 162. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, I'll do my best to answer. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer those. This is my other miss. Jeez, I'm having a terrible day in the things that I really liked and couldn't get them. So here's the other one that I talked about. I could, they wouldn't fill me. KLAR earnings play. I was trying to get a fill at 1441. Not that there weren't shares available. There were tons of shares available to short 800,000 Interactive Brokers, but it's the uptick rule that got me. All right. Well, that's certainly up to you. You can always try us on a monthly basis. You'll still have to pay. You'll get a 22% discount, but yeah, sorry. I mean, that's I don't control. I don't control that with the company. I'm just a consultant. Okay. But you can come into the room every day and can kind of see what the software can do. Shorting a stock, okay. If you're, sounds like you're new to trading, Doremi. In a nutshell, okay. When you go long a stock, going long means you buy a stock, and of course, like Herbalife, just take a look at that one as an example. I mean that typically, you buy a stock. Say I bought Herbalife right now at 2020. I'm hoping it goes up, obviously. Okay. If I shorted it, I will hope it goes down. I mean, it's kind of the gist of it. So if I, go into what's called a short, then at 2010, that I hope the stock drops and I make money the same way as you would make money. Say it went up from 20 to 30 to 21 and you sold, you'd make $1, right? If I shorted it at 20, it went down to 19 and I got out of the trade, I would make $1. Okay. But it sounds like you're pretty new to trading, so I wouldn't worry too much. Well, not worry about it, but it's just a different way of looking at it, because obviously not all stocks go up. So if you think a stock is weakening, you short it and you hope it moves down for you, and you basically make just sort of flipping the script, as I call flipping the script in your head. You go long, you want it to go up. You short, you want it to go down. Okay, now let me. Time is it now? 10:09. Let me go over this race right now, okay? And why I think it's probably a good idea if you're either a new to trading or even if you're a seasoned veteran and you want to just have a watch list created for you on a daily basis, you might want to take a look at the concept of stock racing. Now, before I do that, okay, relies on the move here, guys. Relies, excuse me, now through the 200-day moving average. But look at this. Look at that high looking left. It's pretty close. I can't take the trade. Yeah, I just can't take it. I mean, if I took the trade right now at 1728, the next high looking left is 1755. I'm not saying it's going to stop there, but that's how I look at things. I want to have a lot. If the next high looking left had been way up here at 21, I'd be all over this one, all over it. It's an earnings play. It still looks strong, but I won't take the trade. It's very possible it'll take that 1755 out like nothing, but it's just the way I look at things. So when you say a 5-minute time frame, are you talking about the because I'm running a 4-minute race? Is that what you mean, 161? In terms of the time frame? Okay. So do you have the race? Do you already have the race up and running? Okay. So here's the quick way to do it. Okay. I'm going to duplicate this because I don't want to overwrite it. So I'm going to duplicate the race. When I duplicate the race, now your race is running right now. So if you click on the box, you can see what I'm going to do. I'm going to click on the box. That stops the race. It should turn red. The border should turn red. So I just need another yes. Make sure the borders turn red for you and you've stopped the race. Okay. So all I have to do in the body of this race, just right click, okay, and a menu will show up. And you see at the very top, it says show race setup. It says show race setup. When you click on that, here's how you can control a lot of things. The minutes to run. So if you want it to be a 5-minute race, just change the 4. I'm assuming you have my race or whatever race you've got. The minutes to run, you can change it to 5. Okay. Makes sense? You see what I'm pointing at right there, the minutes to run? Okay. The other thing you can do, I might as well go over this right now because this could be a common question when I go over this race in a little more detail. You can have your race start when you load trade ideas. Okay. So if you check auto start on load, so you see what I'm pointing at? Auto start on load. So what that means is when you load trade ideas, whenever that is, so you can run a race in the pre-market. So if you load trade ideas before 9:30, it'll start working in the pre-market. Or if you load it at 10 o'clock, it'll auto start on the load of trade ideas. What I've done is I say auto start at time. That's just me. 9:30. I want to start it at 9:30. Yeah, so it could be confusing, okay? So this is what I do on your computer. Yeah, I guess it would be your computer local time. But what I do, I live in Vancouver, yes, but I have changed my computer time to East Coast. I've changed, I run trade ideas, East Coast time. It's just easier when I talk 9:30, and people ask, well, what time, this and that. For all my times are Eastern time. So even though I'm in the West Coast, I have changed my computer clock to East Coast time, my brokerage platform to East Coast time. So everything is in sync. So I don't know what time zone you're in, but my guess is that if you go auto start on load or auto start at time, then it will be your computer clock. Okay. Well, it's up to you. I mean, I like to have everything so there's no problems. What time zone are I mean, you don't have to. What time zone are you in now, 161? I mean, you can leave it, you can set it at your whatever you're like if you're on the West Coast or Singapore. Well, I don't know what time zone that is, but you might want to I mean, it's up to you. I mean, it makes it a lot easier if you set everything to New York time, but it's up to you, okay? But if you just want to, if you just say auto start unload, then it doesn't matter. Okay, it's just going to start when you load the trade ideas. If that's what you want to do. You don't have to have it start at 9:30. I mean, I'm just doing that. So most probably want it to auto start when they load trade ideas, whenever that is. Okay, so you don't have to put a time. Okay, it's not so well. Everybody's different. 161. When you say typical volume to set, it's not so much the volume. I mean, if I said a million shares, but what does that mean? What if a stock normally trades a million shares? If you're trying to intraday trade, one of the great filters that we've got is the relative volume filter. See where it says 22? If you can see what I'm pointing at for rely, that means it's trading 22 times normal up to this time of day. So it's not so much. I mean, I like to have maybe a minimum volume, but it's personal. I like to have maybe a minimum volume of a couple 100,000 shares, but it's also in combination with the relative volume because again, people say, well, I have to see something that's trading at least a million shares. Well, that's fine, but what if it normally trades a million shares and it's not trading abnormally? Okay, if that makes sense. So I want to see stocks that are trading abnormally with at least a minimum volume. Like I don't want to see something that's trading 10,000 shares and that's 100 times normal. Okay, if that makes sense. But there are people out there that just say, in this one that I've got, yeah, I mean, you can change it though. You can change it. I mean, if you want more volume, minimum volume, but most of just because of the default. When you say the default, this is from mine. If you've got mine, I take it you loaded my. I'm going to go over this right now. I take it you loaded my race. This race here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So, I mean, if you wanted to change that, you could click on the gear and you could change, a very quick way to change the price range that I'm looking at and also the minimum volume. I mean, you can do anything you want. I have got 200,000, but look, I would guess, oops, I would guess that most are trading millions. It's just a minimum. Most are probably trading millions. Not this one. Flux is 351,000. But by the end of the day, it could easily be a million if that's what you're looking for. But look at that. That is 4.6 times normal. But it's up to you. Okay. Like, don't, it's just what I like to see. Let me go over this race. Okay. Here's the F chat from yesterday. Wow. Another day of continuation. So what is this race all about? And what does it even mean? What do these percentages mean? So I am running a 4-minute race. As I demonstrated, you can run whatever time frame you want. I pick 4 minutes. You want to pick 5 minutes? You want to pick 10 minutes? You want to pick 3 minutes? Up to you. Why I picked 4 minutes? I did. Okay, few years ago. There wasn't any reason for it other than I just on the day that I started doing this race stuff, I said, I'm going to run a 4-minute race. So what does that 11% for KNRX mean? That means that since the race started, a little over so say a minute and a half ago, this stock has moved the most, 11%. I mean, KNRX, as we saw before, is actually up 250%. So that number there has nothing, no bearing on how much it's up. It just means that stock has moved the most since the race started, percentage-wise. But look what happened. It pulled back a bit. So now ELAB is leading the race. It's up 3.6%. And what happens is, over the course of the day, a top 10 list will be automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. You can see this race. So this is a large cap race, so it has different filters. Okay, so you're going to see different stocks that come in here, and this will also create a top 10 list for you. But eventually, now if you're listening to me right now and you've decided to take either one of those two races and you've loaded it, and you say, well, wait a minute, how come I don't have this list? That's because your race starts when you load it. So if you're loading it right now at 10:20 a.m. Eastern time, that's when your race starts, and your top 10 list will be built from 10:20 on. Okay, so don't think you've done something wrong. So how to use all this? Well, obviously, if I see a stock at the high, leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. It doesn't necessarily mean the stock's at the high of the day. In fact, it could have been something that pulled back into maybe the VWAP or maybe a moving average that you like. Maybe it's pullback, and then it's taking a pop. So it's not always that stocks are at the high of the day. And, look at this BATL. It's hanging around the VWAP area. If that's your style of trading, this might be of interest to you. So you just click on it, see what's happening. Click on the ELAB. It's at the top here. Here's another one right at the VWAP. Will that VWAP hold it? Obviously, you have to have some trading experience. But if I saw any stock in this list right now, I would click on it, see what's happening. Here's the FJET. We've seen FJET for 2 solid days. Maybe it's setting up for your style of trading. If you see a stock that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. Okay, that's the theme, right? Click on it, see what's happening. You don't know what you're going to see until you click on the symbol, and then you can sort of start analyzing the charts. Now, if you click on a symbol and you're looking at the charts and you have no idea what the charts are trying to tell you, well, then, that's why we have that back to basics on my homepage. Trade Ideas, fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. It doesn't teach you how to trade as such, because you have to understand how to read a chart. Okay, so I've got Tanaka, I'll answer your question in a minute here. How do you add that? Okay, so you're asking about how to get this. You see where it says sort of the green and the red there on the side of my chart. So if you right click and go to properties, okay, so right click on the chart, go down to properties, and you see where it says show smart risk level. You click on that, and that'll generate the smart risk levels. Okay. Now, what they mean is this: if I click on rely right now, okay, let's hope it shows. Yes. So if I click on rely right now, what it's trying to tell you is if you took the trade right now at 1762, you could put a stop at 1735. That stop is generated by the system. Okay. There's I think it has to do with a ATR and other calculations. So it automatically generates that stop for you. Now, whether or not you want to follow that or not, that's up to you. Okay, you may have a different idea where you'd put a stop if you took that trade. But that's what it's trying to tell you. And the target is nothing scientific. It's just double the difference between, if I took the trade at 1768 and let's make the math easy. Let's say that was 1738. That's 30 cents. So it would double, the target would be 60 cents, just double double the difference between the entry price and the stop. Nothing highly scientific. Okay. Okay. That makes sense, Brian. And of course, that smart stop will change all day long because it all depends on where you've clicked on it. Okay. So for instance, if we're live, made it all the way up to say 19, that smart stop would be generated for if you took the trade at 19. Well, I can't really comment on the. I mean, I can comment. I use the AI like a watch list. Okay, so I mean, I don't. If what I might do if I were you, I have to see if it's working like that today. Is maybe just wait for reentries, which we have a lot of them. See if any of them are. Yeah, that's a short. Yeah, I mean, I can't. I mean, the AI is. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am now back again. So I'm going to go over this race, okay, a lot more. So now for CFD day traders, I don't know exactly how I can answer that question. Tanaka, do you have any alerts for high volatile, or at least alert recommendations for C? I don't know how it change. I don't know how that makes like what I do. I mean, I don't. I'm not CFD. I mean, it's just. I mean, we have all sorts of alerts for stocks that are trading abnormally. The relative volume is a great filter to have. So if you're day trading, you want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. So I mean that's probably that. So when you say high volatile, I mean these are volatile stocks because they're trading abnormally. Talking to Tanaka in our YouTube room. So I mean but most of these are all going to be volatile stocks. Okay, but this is also another one. It's going to show you a stock. So look at KIT as an example. KITT. What you These are stocks that another one. Now this is underneath a dollar. I don't typically trade those. Take a look at OSS. You see how the volume was increasing right here. That's one of the signs that the volume. With OSS, there's a volume filter in here also that the volume has to be increasing. So I mean, there's all sorts of ways. I mean, if you're just looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, I mean, it's easy. That's very simple. But I'd say I don't know how CFD trading makes any is a big difference from just finding stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, what MLEC 2% represent? Are you talking about this, like the 35? This is means it's up 35% from yesterday's close. Is that what you're talking about? Well, okay. I mean, it's a great question, Janaka. It's a question how to find a stock before it explodes. I mean, it's that I don't have a scan that's going to show that. Okay, I mean, it's I know what you mean. I mean, it would be awesome. We just have a scan that's going to show you a stock before it explodes. But unfortunately, I don't have anything like that. If I did, I wouldn't be doing this. I'm not trying to be flippant, but we can try. I mean, the Herbalife, as an example. Okay, the Herbalife. Now I know it's pulled back, but I don't know what time zone you're in. But if you'd seen Herbalife in the pre-market, you knew that it was an earnings play. Okay, but the other one was that Ronaldo took a 10% stake in the company. Big news. Okay, so it really, even though it had been up, a fair amount, but it didn't really explode until here when it went from 1914 to 2032, and it's pulled back now. Okay, but and I was thinking that, okay, well, that news, the problem is I missed it because I was doing something else, and it ran without me. But that's an idea of a stock that's already had a nice little move, but it had the potential to make even a bigger move because of the news and the fact that it's an earnings play. So anyway, is that what you're talking about? The MLEC? I mean, this number here, that's 17.18% for Herbalife, as an example. That just means it's up 17.8% from, well, now it changes, of course, as the price changes from yesterday's close. That's what that refers to. Okay, if that answers your question. No, it's my personal layout, Tanak. It's got nothing to do with the AI. Okay, it's just my personal layout. But you can have this. You can have what I've got just by clicking on my homepage link. You go to the scan section. Okay, these two races plus the Halls resumes. I am sharing other scans, so I am sharing other. So again, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, custom scans right here, view scans, and so here are the two races. The large cap gainers is here, and the other race is here. More volatile race is this one. Now, pre-market actors up and down. I mean, I don't know again what time zone you're in, but I mean, this is how we can start identifying stocks that could, even though they might be up already in the pre-market, these are the stocks that most are going to be following all day long. Okay, so if you do a little bit of pre-market work, and that's what I do, and I get on the mic at about 9, half an hour before 9:30, and we talk about the ones that are moving. And it doesn't mean that, once the market opens, it's going to move in the same direction, but at least you can identify the stocks that are active and they still have a chance to just really rip once the market opens. Okay. And also on the downside, I have other scans that I'm sharing. Just click on it. Okay. You just click on the symbol when it wins a race or it's in here, Gabrielle, when it's in this list here, you just click on it and it'll load into your charts. So when you say a customized alert, you've created one, you've created a scan, then you don't have it linked somehow, okay? Do you have your chart has to be linked? So if I right click on a chart and go to properties, you see it says there's really only two options, symbol linking or clicked or it's not. So for instance, on my SPY chart, so when I click on a symbol, I click on BATL, SPY chart does not change because I don't want it to change, but it changes on all these other timeframes because I've got symbol linking checked. So that's the first thing to check. Okay, make sure symbol linking is checked. Right click on your chart and go to properties and make sure that symbol linking is checked. You see? Can you see what I'm pointing at? Symbol linking checked. Because then any symbol that you click on, no matter where it is generated, Well, just save it as part of your layout, Gabrielle. So when you create something, like if you took my race as an example, okay, you took my race, you said, you know what, I like this. Well, first of all, you should always save what you always should do anyway. And for say a scan that you created, right click and save or share to cloud. Okay, right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Because if I accidentally X'd out, if I accidentally close down this race, well, as long as I've saved it to the cloud, I can easily bring it back. Okay, so should always anything you create or anything you take from me that you might like, just right click and save or share to cloud and save it so it's in your cloud. But the other thing is that if you take some of my scans and you created some of yours and you've got some charts, what you should do is file, save or share to cloud. Okay, from the toolbar, click on file, save or share to cloud. And you see where it says entire layout. Click on that and give it a name. Give it a name, whatever you want to call it, and then save it. Now also your layout's in the cloud. Okay. Now, the other thing that I would do is when you exit, and you should always exit trade ideas at the end of the day. If you click on file and then exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this trade? Do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then you don't have to go through it and load it like you don't have to load the individual scans every single day. It'll load your layout. Okay. So that's at the very least, you know, file, exit, say yes to you want to load this layout. The next time you load trade ideas, just say yes. And so when you exit trade ideas and you load it again, your scans, everything you've done will be in your layout. You won't have to do it every day. Okay. Now sounds, right clicked. So on an alert window, only for alert windows, not in the races. Okay. But in the alert window, right click, and go to properties. You see where it says actions. Check the actions, and then you check play sound. Okay. And you set up sound. Now you can go text to speech if you want. We have you can have a female voice or a male voice. If you want that, that's fine. But otherwise, you can use custom sound. Click on the use custom sound, and then select the sound. And these are 3 folders that we've created for you. So if I click on Mad Money, here are the sound alerts within Mad Money. If I click on Monkey and I open it and I play it, if I like that sound, then I can attach this. Then I say okay a couple of times. That attaches the sound to the window. All this is in the guide also. Okay. So if you went to the guide, if you forget what I'm talking about, okay, or what I'm saying, if you forget it, so if you click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit to the education section, click on the more info. And at the top here is the user guide. Whoops, right here, the user guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, but you specifically asked about sounds, okay? Sound alerts right here, okay? So if you forget what I've just said, and I don't expect people to remember everything as I'm going through this, but here it is in the guide, okay? Sound alerts. Now I'm going to go over this race. I'll try to continue, but here is a whole section on TI stock racing. You can create your own race with your set of parameters. So I'm going to go over this one, but I don't expect people to remember everything I said. So tomorrow comes, you say, man, what did he talk? How did he change that? From 4 minutes to 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever I want. So here is your reference in the TI stock racing. So the idea about racing is, first of all, the question, if you haven't thought about it, why are these stocks showing up? Well, this is why. If I right click in this race, I'm going to open the top list. One of the options was open the top list. Okay, open top list. All races start from a top list window. Notice if I right click in this race, launch real-time stock race. Okay, so all races start from a top list window. Now, why are these stocks in this top list window? If I right click and configure, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. I want to see that the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and they've got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what I want to see. Understand, doesn't have to be what you want to see. Here's how, because again, all races start from a top list window. So you could create your own top list window with your own price range, maybe a different volume. Maybe you want to add some filters in. If you have any experience trading, add some of your own filters that you like to see. Go ahead. This happens to be what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay. Now, how a person would use a top list window in the past, and you can still do that. This C percent, that is the change from yesterday's close. Okay. So as long as you have the column header, which I do, obviously the change from the close, that O% is the change from the open. If you can double left click on any column header you have in a top list window and rank the stocks. So KNRX, what that 237% means is that this stock is up 237% from yesterday's close. And then BATL 37%, etc. down this list. So obviously, I mean, this KNRX, a lot of excitement about this today. Look at the relative volume, 2,600 times normal it's trading up to this time of day. So that is, that's how, if I wanted to see what stock has moved the most since its opening trade of the day, the same thing, KNRX, it's moved 150% since its opening trade of the day. So it's how you can just double left click on any header and rank the stocks. So that's good, but where the race comes in, and granted, you will probably see KNRX, in this list all day long. Why? Because I mean, it's traded 32 million shares. It doesn't normally trade that much, and it's on everybody's radar. So more than likely, you will see that stock, in this list all day long. But the beauty of the race is also this. Take a look at. It means SATL has been a pretty active stock in the past. It's only up 4.5% today. What if all of a sudden SATL, there was some excitement about it. It was up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? Well, you would see it in this list. Okay, you would start to see SATL move up, maybe right to the top, and you would click on it and say, "Wow, okay, this is only up." It's not up 240%. It's only up 8%. Okay, so that's how you can kind of pick stock. It's hard to see stocks that are, maybe down in the bottom here, but are really starting to move. Because the race doesn't care about whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most since the race started. So Alms is only up 1.29%. I have no idea where Alms is. There it is. It's up 9% now. But who knows? Maybe it gets up to 10, 12, 15. Maybe it really starts to move up. Okay, so that's the beauty of the race. So hopefully this is making sense, that you don't have to, you can create your own race with your own set of parameters and launch a race based on those set of parameters. The other thing you can do is you can actually, maybe you've got a basket of stocks that you like to follow every day, 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every day. You can do that and run a race based on just on those stocks. You create what we call a symbol list, a watch list, and then you attach it to the top list window, and then you launch the race, and it'll just look at those stocks. Maybe it's a different batch of stocks every day. Maybe you do some evening work. After once the market closes, you look at some of the stocks that have really moved or that you might be interested the next day. You can just follow those stocks in a race. Okay, so it's very flexible. And notice how this okay. Some days, yesterday I think we saw a stock that won about 20 races. The KNRX, it's at the top here because it's won so many races. But remember, it doesn't mean that if KNRX, let's take a look at LGL. Maybe this will be a good example. Okay, so here's a good example. LGHL. It's only up 3 cents. But look what it's done. It is pulled back. It doesn't mean that LGHL is at the high of the day. Because remember, all it cares about is what stock is moving the most in that list. So it could be a stock that is pulled back and then maybe popping. It could be. You won't know until you click on the symbol. Okay, but LGHL might be something that's very interesting to some of you. It's holding, it seems like maybe it wants to hold the VWAP, acting as support. So if you took this, and put your stop just under, a few pennies underneath the VWAP, and who knows, maybe it pops for you. Okay. Oh, okay. Glad it worked out for you, Steve. CPAN said that AGIG wasn't. Now, AGIG wasn't necessarily on my radar either, except I had thumbnailed the chart that, because it had been so active the next day or yesterday. So I was aware that I wanted to watch it today, and so that's why I knew about it. It started to show up on scans, of course, but I was aware of it this morning before the market opened, or the 9:30 open. So if you can't, if you cannot hear or see my screen, who asked that question? Mr. Singh, okay, you might have to do a refresh, okay, or change your browser. I'm hoping you can hear me. You can hear what I'm seeing or saying. You might have to change your browser or just do a refresh, okay? Because unless a lot of people come in and say they can't see my screen, it's usually on your end, okay? Nothing I can do on my end, but you might just have to do a refresh or change your browser. So this race here is maybe a race in which if I were starting out trading, even though this is a lot of fun if you get on the right side of these because they have big percentage moves, this is way less volatile. It doesn't mean it's not great to trade. It just means they're less volatile. And so why are they less volatile? So I'm going to right click on this race. I'm going to open the top list. I'm surprised there's still a decent number of stocks in here, but not as many as in this one. Sometimes when I click on this and open the race, you might only get, especially if the market were down like 4 points, 4 or 5 points. The market's basically flat right now. The SPY is anyway. And sometimes you'll only get very few in this list. Now, understand also, I should have pointed this out in this, these are not static lists. In other words, what you see here, and you can kind of see how it's expanding, what you see here is not the list for the day. It just means these are the stocks, and then the other one too. Doesn't mean it's going to be the same stocks every day long. The stocks in this list are meeting the filter requirements. So again, if I right click on this and click on configure and click on the summary, this is what I'm looking for. Again, understand, this does not have to be what you want, but this is what I'm looking for. Stock has to be between $10 and $70. Minimum volume is 200,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. But these filters right there, the minimum float has to be 50 million shares. Okay. Go to the summary again. The minimum float has to be 50 million. There's no minimum float here. The minimum market cap has to be at least 500 million. There's no market cap in here. I don't care. But this also prevents a lot of stocks from showing up. This position in the day's range. So I have 95 here. If I had 100 here, that would mean a stock is basically right at the high of the day. So what I'm looking for are stocks that are, close to the high of the day. Right at the top, that 95 would mean a stock has to be pretty close to the high of the day. Again, 100 would mean right at the high of the day. That's what I want to see. So that really prevents a lot of stocks from showing up on a lot of days, because especially if the market is down, because there's not, that many large cap stocks going to be near the high of the day. But you can see how this list expands, contracts, all because what can happen, of course, if I look at the filters again, a stock might be just up. Maybe it went from 9.80 to $10, so it's going to be added to the list. But what if it drops down below $10? It'll disappear from the list. What if it's not near that high anymore of the day? Maybe it's only at 90% level. It drops from the list. Okay. Maybe it's not up 2% from yesterday's close anymore. It drops from the list. Or if it is up 2%, it gets added to the list. So I just understand that it's not a static list. Look how it shrunk. Look how it shrunk. And a lot of that, look at the market. Look what it did. It took a bit of a downturn. So probably a lot of those stocks are near a high of the day, probably are not anymore. And look how it's really shrinking now. But this list here is a lot less volatile than this list will ever be. Okay, doesn't mean it's bad to trade. It just means it's less volatile. So if you were starting out trading, you might want to concentrate on something like this. Just because it's less volatile. Look at the KNRX. Look what it did. It got up to 345, and now it's right back down to 250. That's a big percentage drop. As an example. Now, here's an easy way. If you took my list, if you took my races, so maybe you've got them on your screen. So here's an easy way how you can make big adjustments to the race. Okay, if you click on the, I'm going to duplicate it again because I don't want to stop the race. Okay, so if you click on the gear, here's a simple way to change the price range to something maybe you want, maybe the minimum volume to what you want. Here's a simple way of doing that. But if you also click on the advanced, so here they are. Okay, here's all the filters I'm using. Notice the stock up being 2% was not in the quick one, but here's how you could change it, or you could add filters of your own to customize it more to your style of trading or of the stocks you want to see. That's a super simple way to do it all. Well, maybe you wanted to add in the relative volume. Okay, maybe you wanted to add something else in. If you have any experience trading, a filter that you like. Okay, so that's a very simple way of, again, just clicking on the gear to adjusting it without having to start from scratch with your own race. Hopefully that makes sense. And then once you've done it, then you just start the race. Well, it depends how you would view something that's setting up for a short, Ned. What do you think is a something with a higher RSI? It depends what you think is something that's setting up for a short. Your idea might be very different from others or mine. If I looked at something that has gone kind of parabolic. Somebody might look at this BATL and say, you know what, that's gone too parabolic. It might be setting up for a short. You know what I mean? So it all depends on what you think would be something that would define how you look at something that might be setting up for a short. Also, keeping in mind what the market's doing. I mean, if the market starts turning like this, and a lot of stocks might be setting up for a short if you're just looking at the market. Well, okay, so I do have. Let me see if I can find it for you. My old bouncers toppers. What was that called? That was a multi-strategy window. I'm just talking to myself. 2018. Okay. So these are different. Let me load this one. I want to see what it looks like. Okay, this is okay. So you can take a look at this. Okay, Ned, you can take a look at this. I call it the bouncers toppers. I'm going to give it another name later because it's not the same as the other bouncers toppers. But if it's in orange, that means the stock may have topped out. Okay, you see what's happening here? Yeah. So what it's looking for, I'll break. So if you're looking specifically for toppers, okay, this is what it's looking for. That doesn't mean it's going to reverse, of course. Doesn't mean 100% it's going to reverse. So it's looking for a stock with all these okay, so $100, 500,000, up 5 candles in a row on a 5-minute chart, up 5 candles in a row. Got to be above the VWAP, at least above the VWAP. The RSI has to be at least 78. Okay. So, and the stock made a new high. So right there, you would have had. So you might look at that, go, that is maybe looking kind of ripe for a reversal. Could be. Doesn't mean it's going to, because I'd be looking left to see, okay, is it coming into maybe a moving average or a new high looking left? Okay, does that starting to make sense? And of course, you could always adjust this for your style of trading in terms of a price range or anything else. Okay. So it's possible that this might reverse. Doesn't mean it's going to. It just means that at the time of the alert, it was doing this, and maybe some has gone somewhat parabolic. So I don't know if you want this, and this is the reverse of that. The court is looking for stocks that have been beaten up, and maybe they're going to bounce. So there's just possible that it's going to do that, right, Ned? Doesn't mean it's going to absolutely happen. And since I loaded this at 10:51, no other stock has met the filter requirements. This is the last one that met the filter requirements at 10:51. So, as we're speaking, no other stock has met the filter requirements of either situation. But you could always adjust it if you want more. You can always adjust it. So I don't know, do you want this or not? I mean, a lot of people short don't like shorting cheap stocks. So you could always adjust that price range to make it higher. But this is the only one, and my range is from 1 to 100, so it's the only one right now. Okay, but it sounds like that's what you're looking for. You want to see potential reversals. So I mean, I can give this to you, and you can always. I'm going to do this. So I don't duplicate it over and over again. Now, it's what we call a multi-strategy window, okay? So if you only are looking for top reversals, in other words, a stock that has, maybe gone a little parabolic and you want to short, if that's all you're looking for, then what you would do is this. So this is what we call them. This is what we call this a multi-strategy window because why? Because it's made up of two scans. If I right click on it and you see the strategies, potential toppers, potential bouncers. If all you care about are the toppers, in other words, stocks that may have topped out, then you just uncheck that. Okay, you uncheck the potential bouncers if you don't care about those. Okay, if you want to see them both, keep them both checked. The idea of a multi-strategy window typically is for people with not a lot of screen space. Maybe you only got one, you only have one monitor, so you want to take several alert windows because all these are just they're just individual alert windows, and you can put them into what we call a multi-strategy window to sort of group them all, as opposed to having an alert window here, one here, one here. You could group them all into a multi-strategy window. Typically, it's for people who don't have a lot of screen space. Okay. Well, I have missed out on a couple of really, really nice ones. There's the Rely. So let me take a look at the sector status, guys. I usually do that before 10:30, but it's great. I love the questions. Don't get me wrong. I like the questions, so keeps me engaged. So if I click from the toolbar, I click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. And the reason I go over this every single day, we should do it every day anyway. But some of you, not saying all of you, but I'm going to click on the Show More. These are all theme-based channels. Okay. I'm going to click on Sector Status, so I don't have to. You don't ask me for it. It's in a channel. Okay, you can have it. You don't have to ask me for it because this is something that maybe some of you. This is the only use of trade ideas. This is the only way you'll use trade ideas. It's very possible. Just looking at this channel. So what is this channel showing you? So and this is a top list window, and it's showing some sectors here. Not every single sector, of course, but these are the sectors that we are tracking. And it's basically 50-50. What does that mean? That means that I'm surprised at that, but call it 50-50. That means that in this list of sectors, basically 50% are above yesterday's close, 50% are below yesterday's close. That's what that means. So at the very top here, OIH, oil services, that's the top sector right now. It's not up much, 1.4, but those are still pretty big moves, percentage moves for a sector. But here's silver. Where is silver? No, right at the top now. Remember, silver has been so active over the last few months, really. Sometimes we see silver up 6%, 7%, 10%, or sometimes it's down that amount. Okay, so silver, again, is very active. So if you wanted to trade a silver play today, in my opinion, you should have the silver chart up, thumbnailed somewhere, so you can track to see what the overall silver market is doing. Because if you're going to take a silver play today, like that's what we were doing yesterday, I actually made more money by shorting a stock because we looked at silver yesterday and it was ripping higher and higher and higher, and then finally it had a move down. And so I was saying, well, a lot of silver plays I'm going to do that. So, I did okay on the HYMC, but that's a way in which you can look at it. Again, is something finally topping out? Is a sector topping out? But also go down here. What's the worst sector? XHV, I think home builders, right? So that's the worst performing sector today. It's down 1.2%. Look at the financials. Financials are not doing well. Again, they're only down 1.2%. I'm not saying everything is collapsing, but that's what this is referring to. So again, if you wanted to take a financial trade like a bank today, you probably should be looking at XLF and seeing, well, is that what's XLF doing? So unless the stock that you're looking at actually has some news on its own, maybe it's an earnings play or it has some news on its own, and XLF was down and moving down, why would you take a bank stock? Why would you go counter to what's happening in the sector unless it has some news on its own? Okay, so that's number one. Number two, we don't have every sector here, but we have I'm going to call 11 of the top sectors. So look at financials right there. Financials, 91% of them are down for the day. Doesn't mean they're all crashing. It just means, because the stock could be down 0.001% from yesterday's close, and it's going to show up here. But here's Allstate. Allstate is down 3% today. Not an earnings play. I'm looking, it's not an earnings play, but Allstate, yeah, that's a big move. Big float, 260 million. That's a big move for Allstate to be down that much. Okay. But maybe an interesting thing, though, would be to look at MKTX because there's very few stocks in this sector that are up today. And MKTX is one of them. And I don't see a reason for it. I thought maybe it'd be an earnings play, but, it's running counter to the sector. But maybe at some point it's going to succumb. If XLF keeps moving down, without any specific news that I can find on MKTX, eventually this might say, you know what, we're gonna short this because the overall sector is very weak. Don't see any news on it. Might start to really give it up. I mean, that's a way of looking at things. Look at energy. 80% are up. What's the top one? Well, we saw Oxy this morning was ripping, but it is an earnings play. See, Oxy is an earnings play. So if the energy stocks most of them had been down, you would have probably, maybe Oxy would not have been up 8%, but it probably would have been up a decent percent because it would be trading counter to the sector, counter to what the sector is doing because it had news on its own. But coupled with the fact that most of the energy XLE, you look at XLE, look what it's doing. It's the strongest sector of the day. Now, what's the weak one? VLO. Go down here. Look at VLO. It's weak. It's not an earnings play. For some reason, VLO is not following the rest of the sector. So this might be something that for some of you, this is what you do all day long. You don't mess around with any other thing. You just check the sectors, check the strong stock. Look at here's consumer staples. 70% are down. What's up? Well, Walmart. I guess Walmart had earnings. Is that right? Yeah, Walmart had earnings. WMT. So it's the strong stock in the sector. My guess is that had Walmart not had earnings, it would be not necessarily up for the day, but it had earnings, and the market reaction is obviously positive. But what's the weak one? What is the weak one in this sector? Is that to scroll down? Look at TAP. Well, we talked about Molson's, okay? TAP is down 5.5%. It's an earnings play. So you can see what you can do. Look at healthcare. 86% are down. For some reason, I mean, not up a much, but TFX is up. Not an how do I know it's not an earnings play? I'm looking at my single stock window. I can tell. But what is the worst one? PODD. That's the worst one in the healthcare stock in this ETF. I don't see any reason. I don't see it's not an earnings play, but it's the worst performing one. So you can see how you could do this every day. Check out the different sectors. What are the strong sectors? I'll go into the individual sectors, check out the strongest stock and the weakest stock. And maybe you just try to trade those, all day. I don't mean you have to go into each individual sector and do that. Maybe pick a couple of sectors and just concentrate on those. Now, there's also a way so that you don't have to remain on the channel. If, and that's what I've done. I have popped this out. Okay, this is the sector list. So I popped it out so I can see it. I incorporated it as part of my layout. Okay, so I don't have to go into the channel and to see what the strong and weak sectors are and how to do that. And you could do that for each individual sector here. But for to see the list of sectors, you just right click and you see where it says duplicate into free floating window. You click on that and I'll do it again, but it'll create another one and it popped on my other monitor. Okay. And now it's free floating. Now you can incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. You can just make this part of your layout. So you at a glance, you can just check what the strong and weak sectors are. Whew, okay, guys. Well, I'm glad I took the AGIG trade early and did okay on that because unfortunately I have not been, I've missed virtually every other opportunity. The number one was the HLF. So I know I had a question about the AI. Okay, now this is sort of, I would call this an extraordinary day. The reason I say that, who asked that question about the AI? Was it you, Nico? Was it Nico? I say it's an extraordinary day because when you load this window, are you still around? Was it Nico? Somebody asked a question about. I don't know if you're still around. Well, I'm just going to talk in general then. If even if Nico is not, if that was the person who asked about the AI. First of all, this is how I would track the AI trades. Number one, okay. Now, is it doing well? No. If you look at this, it's not doing well. A lot of them hit their stops. Okay. But first of all, this is how I would track it. File, sorry, click on new from the toolbar, new, and then load premium AI strategy trades window. Premium AI strategy trades window. Notice and don't worry about all this. I'm on a development version of the software, so that's why this list is huge. But pick the middle one that starts off with premium AI. This is the window that should show up. Okay. Now the other thing I would do in the filter box, I would uncheck the profitable trades. Okay, I would uncheck that because you want to see them all, regardless of whether they're profitable or not. But this is what I'm really trying to point out: the reentry price column. Now, I think the default right now is that you do have this reentry price column. You don't have to add it. If you don't have the reentry time though, I would probably add it if you don't have that as a column, but you should have this as a default. So what does that mean? Now, this is sort of an extraordinary day. There are many days in which there will be no reentries. Now, the only way you get a reentry. So let's take a look at this MD as an example. Okay, the first alert. This was to short. Okay, the first alert to short was at 1846. But look what happened. It look what happened. It hit the stop of 1901. Okay, so if you took this trade, you made the stop, you would have got stopped out. But a lot of us, I mean, I tend to use the AI like this. Is I don't care about the original entry. What I want to see if there's a re-entry and how to get a re-entry. This is automatic, okay, and it's not nothing highly scientific, but There was the entry and there was the stop. Halfway between 1901 and 1846 is 1874. So what that's telling you, if you took the trade the first time, it got stopped out. Okay, it happens, right? But you could have taken it again at 1874. Remember, this is on a short, and as we speak, it's 1828. So no, decent. So sometimes some of us just wait for reentries. The issue can be, though, sometimes this is an extraordinary day in my opinion. Don't normally get so many reentries because the stock has to hit the stop. Not that we don't get stopped out, but then it has to come back halfway between the original entry and the stop price. So let's take a look at some of the other ones. I'm not saying they're all going to be ripping, but here, the CIS. Now, the CIS at 231. Yeah, I mean, it went to 240, not a big deal, but right here, 228 now was if you didn't take it the first time, you could have waited for that re-entry, 228. What happened at the 1540? That's a short 1540. It's at 1533 now. 1602, a short now. It might still give us an opportunity, right? 1602, it's at 1605 now. Okay, it might still give us an opportunity to short. 1920, another short. Well, that's quite a bit above. So I mean, they're not all going to work, but you can kind of see what I'm doing. Okay, you look at this reentry time, and you just kind of wait for reentries. Again, normally, let's take a look at yesterday, out of curiosity. What? No, this is not showing the reentries. But anyway, all I'm trying to say, though, is that if you just wait for reentries, don't do anything else. Just wait for reentries. Think of it this way: the AI was maybe a little bit early on the alert, and it gives you actually a better opportunity because the reentry price will always be better than the first alert price. Now, of course, sometimes get an alert and it'll just run immediately. So I'm not telling you not to ever take anything on the first alert, but sometimes it's just better to wait. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Anything? Oh, here's another great one from your scan, William. I like another really nice one. So I talk about this is the only other one that I've really got up and running. This is the what I call the William scan. And so look at ATEX. Okay, the alert was at 35.75. It's at 36.39 now. Not an earnings play either. Not energy, not earnings, just for whatever reason, it's moving on its own. If you want this, I can give it to you. Look how many, you don't get too many alerts over the course of the day. It's interesting. It came on. Let's see what happened here. I mean, it actually came on your scan also, potential bounce. I remember looking at this one. You can see that blue arrow there. That's where the alert happened at 1890, and before it got up to 1949, pulled back a little, and then got up to a 1975. Now, but it was always weak. It was always down for the day, but now it's really picking up speed on the downside. And so from our AI, if you could have taken that at 1874, waited, you would have got stopped out the first time, which is okay. I mean, nothing's going to work 100% of the time. I wish that person was around still who asked about the AI, because I think that's a great way to use it. Just forget about the original entries. Wait to see if you get re-entries. All right, guys, it is now 11:20. So in about 40 minutes from now, I will be taking a break. I believe it's going to be Andy Lindloff from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room. Just got to confirm that. Usually it's Steve, but he's off skiing still, so he'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow. All right, guys. Now, the other way to look at this also, the races. If that's all you're going to do is maybe look at a couple of races, if that's going to, because listen, you can get overwhelmed by what Trade Ideas has to offer. Okay. I know that the temptation is to not miss any type of setup. So, for instance, when I took this program back in 2010, yeah, it's been 16 years since I've had this, and May will be my 16th anniversary of having the program. Not with Trade Ideas. Again, I'm more of a consultant, okay, or a contractor, so I don't work for Trade Ideas. But in 2010, when I took the program, I loved it. But my problem was I didn't want to miss any sort of a setup. So I would have 10 alert windows, 5 top list windows, et cetera, et cetera. And so, yeah, I wouldn't miss any setup, but I was clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. So it's tough. I had to look at that and go, okay, I've got to start paring down things. Well, I can't get rid of that one. That's too good. Well, I can't get rid of that one. And it was really, really tough, but I had to learn to do that. So, for instance, so if you're starting out, you may just want to look at a couple of races and that's it, or a couple of scans and that's it. And don't get hung up on, man, if I'd had that other scan that I got rid of, I would have seen that stock that went crazy. Yes, that's going to happen. Maybe 12 in dog years. Yeah, I mean, Paul's right. Sometimes, I mean, you get you're in a trading room, and you see people talking about other stocks, they were really ripping or something, and you think, well, why didn't I see that in my scan? And I mean, I know it happens. You can get that, that FOMO and all. I get it. And people say to me, well, how could I have found that stock? And I look at it and go, okay, I can create a scan for you. It would show you that stock, but understand that it may introduce, for instance, I have a relative volume of one of my scans. I have a relative volume of 8. It's pretty high. And people say, well, listen, I wanted to see this stock, and the relative volume was is only 5 for that stock. Yeah, I can reduce the value in my scan to 5. I would see that stock, but I might see 20 others I didn't want to see. Okay. So you can create a scan to see anything you want, but you may introduce to yourself to a lot of stocks that you just don't want to see, that don't do what that stock did. So now you're looking at a needle in a haystack. Like, which one do you pick? Look at this one. This is a earn earnings play, INVH, and the next low looking left is 25. So it's you know what? It's kind of close. It's kind of close. Okay, 50 cents away. So what happened to that court anyway? William, you're saying it got hammered down, but it has had a little resurgence, and now it's at the VWAP. Obviously, it had some news which was not good. Um, Corcept falls as appeals court sides with Tiva. So what happened to Tiva? Then what happened to Tiva? That Tiva should have popped a bit on that news. This is an Israeli company. Yeah. So Tiva, what time was that? Resume 10:41. So what time is it here? 10:41. So yeah, you can see the little pop for Tiva based on that news regarding court. Yeah, that was the news. Losing the key patent case appeal against Tiva. So that was the news for court. But it's actually had a nice and it's at the VWAP now, I think. It's right at the VWAP now. So what did it get from $30? So it's almost tacked on 10% from the lows. So it's not like court. That's the only drug. I mean, they obviously not good to lose the appeal, but it's not all they've got going on. KNRX, does it look good? Well, let's take a look at it. This is what I see. Okay, Sika, I would wait if I wanted to take this. It is starting to curl, but there's the VWAP. If you follow the VWAP, and not everybody does, but that mauve line, purple line on my chart, that is the VWAP. And a lot of people will look at that and go, that could be resistance moving higher. The VWAP can be a support. So if the stock moves down into it, you wait, you check to see whether or not it acts as support, maybe bounces off. But if it's moving up into it, that could act as resistance. Could. There's no guarantees, but that could act. That's what how a lot of people look at the VWAP. It's probably I would guess it's maybe the second most follow technical indicator out there after the 200-day moving average. I could ask Gemini, but that's my feeling. I'm not a big technical indicator guy. Notice on my charts, that's the only thing I've got. My intraday charts. I don't look at MACD and RSI and stochastics and all. And that's not to say that some of you who do and love it, keep doing it. I would never say because I don't do it, you shouldn't do it either. Now, that doesn't mean, but Sika, it doesn't mean it's going to stop there, okay? You know, at the VWAP, it does not mean that. Some will look at that. Some don't care about the VWAP at all, okay? They just think, I don't care. Look at INVH. Look what it's doing at the VWAP. Okay, here's that line. It broke down a little bit above, below it, came into it again, could not really get above it, and then say, "Oh, you know what? That's it." And now it turned into a nice short from there. Doesn't happen all the time, of course. If it happened all the time, we'd all be extremely wealthy. Okay, I'm a hungry kitty. Just give me a moment. Okay, so this company did have some news. Okay, the ATEX. I'm just looking now. Did have some news. Um, Applauds the FCC move to expand 900 megahertz to 10 or millihertz. Well, to 10. What? Well, that's the news. Okay, unlocks a super pipe for mission control, mission critical private communications. Okay, so that was the news for ATEX. Obviously, the sector it's in, that's good. Let's take a look at the competitors. Yeah, I wish, man, this would be such a nice thing to have if it really zeroed in on the competitors. All right, let's take a look at this one, okay? STNE. So STNE, why would I look at this one? I would also look at PAGs. I like to see stocks just over the whole number just to see what could be happening. So, wow, looking left, it has some room, I believe. Yeah, 1710 is the next high. Well, it's a little bit above that. So the next high on a daily chart is 1771. So that has room. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but it certainly has some room. Now, some of you may think that's way too extended. It's a little less extended looking on the two. Well, my audio should be okay. So, how about audio check in the main room? Okay, just want to make sure guys can hear me. Okay, on your end, Vito. So this is definitely of interest to me. Okay, the STNE is definitely of interest to me. Now we have to ask the guys. We had a bit of a dispute about the name we were using. I think. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if the stone has some legs to it. Okay, STNE has some legs to it. I'm not telling anybody to take the trade, but I love the fact that it's got this room looking left. I'm also somebody who likes to see stocks just breaking over the whole number. PAGS was a possibility also, PAGS. Let's take a look at PAGS, PAGS. Just over the whole number. What sort of see? This doesn't have as much room. 1130 doesn't have as much room on a percentage basis. Well, look at Herbalife now. I mean, I because I had an opportunity. Let's see where it pulled into. Let's see if the VWAP was a good trade. Okay, so you can see what happened. So the Herbalife had the big pop, came back down, but into the VWAP, but it did what the VWAP is around 1945. What did it get down to? So I mean, that was a VWAP rate, no question. Okay, it wasn't some. I look at the VWAP like it's an area. It doesn't it is a specific number, yes, but it's more of the area. Did it hold the area? Not really. But then look what happened. It came back up into the VWAP, tried, moved that back down again, and then here it broke above. And I would have been really, really waiting on this to see if it really started to break above. It pulled back down again. And then I might have said I probably would have said to myself, take the trade here, 1956, and put your stop at around 1940. And then just see what happens. I may have got stopped out, but you got to try. And in this particular case, yeah, you ride the wave now. Ride the wave rider. Ride the wave. Hey guys, also don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay, even though I sort of moan a bit about missing trades, don't worry about that. Okay, I can deal with that. There's always when I take my break between 12 and 1, there's things I can do after hours or after I leave the room. There's always things I can do. But the questions that people ask, there could be 15 other people listening that wanted to ask the same type of question, but just are shy or didn't think about it. Okay. So a question that you ask could be very helpful to a lot of other people. Hopefully, the way I explain it. What do I think about FSLY? Well, I mean, what can you say about it? I mean, I can tell you what I can say about it. It's been a fabulous earnings play. I mean, it released earnings on the 12th. What are we now? The 19th. So we've had it's just been continuing from earnings. It's been a great continuation from earnings. Now, does that mean take the trade? I mean, on a monthly chart, still has room, obviously, 25.91. I mean, we looked at this many, many times. So yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic continuation of earnings that it had 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. I mean, this would be more of a swing trade because you would have been a challenge to have day traded it 2 days ago because it got up to 19 and it closed down at 1750, things like that. But as a potential swing trade, yeah. But I'm not a swing trader. When I see Ruby, yikes, that probably means that Ruby completely and utterly given it up. So there's a great example, okay? Just because the stock was ripping in the pre-market, okay, doesn't mean, and it was the top performer in the pre-market in terms of what stock was up the most from yesterday's close. We saw that if you're here before not before the 9:30 Eastern Time open, AM open, you would have seen Ruby was at the very, very top. Did that mean it was going to continue? We don't know. And obviously, in this case, not even close. Okay. Not even close. So just because a stock is doing, fabulously in the pre-market doesn't necessarily mean that once the 9:30 open happens, that it's going to continue. And there's a great example. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I was looking earlier, yeah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, it's actually gone negative. Wow. I mean, this was up what six at one point, I think it was up 80% from yesterday's close. Now it's down 16%. Trading is easy, isn't it? Well, it's definitely been a challenge to swing trade. Even though the market is at the top, almost at the top, but it's been a challenge. I mean, and the reason I say that, not because I'm not a swing trader, but because Andy and Steve, who are way more swing traders than I am, Andy will be taking over the YouTube feed in about 15 minutes from now. He's way more of a swing trader than I am. And so is Steve, who will be in the YouTube room tomorrow. And they're just saying, they flat out say, I mean, it's a challenge. And he was a guy that had like 15, 16, 20 positions open at a time. Speaking of which, so I've got another 15 minutes or so before I do take my break. I take a break for about an hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. I come back, of course. So look what's leading now. Remember the last time we saw NLR. So this is the uranium and the nuke stocks. There's the oil services. Silver is still positive. What's the worst one? Still, wow, look at financials. Now the worst sector. So definitely now underneath the 200-day. See how it teased us? It got right into the 200-day yesterday. It hit it, but did not close above it. That's that green line on my chart. And now it's starting to fade away again. You have to ask him that question, Rick. Look at our cat. But yeah, scalping is not easy either. Well, scalp. I am not a scalper. Okay, it depends what the definition. Anybody who anybody who is a long-term swing trader will consider anybody who trades intraday probably a scalper. My idea of scalping, though, is like people who try to get a nickel out of a trade, take 5,000 shares of a trade, and try to get a nickel. Which, if you can do it, great. It doesn't mean that I don't get out of a trade with very little profit, but that was not my intention going in. It just happened to work that way, just based on the way things were trading. Oh, I didn't take it that seriously, Rick. But yeah, I mean, it's not. It's a challenge. Well, trading is a challenge. Even in a great market, it seems that great market. I should be able to buy anything. Well, all depends on your entry and where you're putting a stop. And some people just trade the SPY. I mean, it'd be a challenge today. I mean, look how choppy the SPY is today. No, guys, Stone is not treating me well yet, as TNE, not treating me well yet. I have to make up my mind on what I want to do with this. Might be succumbing more to the market. I might, I'm going to give it another couple of pennies. Stone might be succumbing to the market downturn. But I don't think Stone has any news on its own. Yeah, I wasn't really looking so much. I don't think it won a race. It did not win a race, no. But see how this list. Look at this list now. Open the top list. See how small it is. Remember when I first showed this to you guys? It was a big list of stocks. But with the market doing this, a lot of those stocks that might have been near the high of the day are dropping. Okay, and that's why this list is starting to. It's only this. Again, this doesn't mean this is it for the day. These are the only stocks. I mean, it could expand. The market pops up. This list could expand. Yeah, that got me out of the Stone, guys. I mean, I did not like the way the market was trading, so I took a loss on the Stone, STNE. I mean, I'm almost looking at maybe shorting this ATEX. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So, Rick, do you trade the E-minis when you talk about the or the SPY futures? I mean, or do you trade the E-minis also, or is that too wild? How many handles do you do? You don't have to answer. I'm just kidding. No, no, I'm kidding. I don't. I asked how many handles do you? Isn't that the term for contracts? Maybe it's a slang term. I don't a slang term. I tried it once, Rick, back in oh boy, when they were it was wild back in 2007, 8 during the financial crisis, and I it was a miserable experience for me. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. I know I've told this story before, but when I was when trying to trade the E-minis, and it was a bit of a change. I was using TradeStation in those days. In those days, TradeStation we were allowed to use it in Canada, not anymore. But anyway, we're allowed to use TradeStation, and so I had to figure out how to do it. And I got into a position way bigger than I should have. Number one, and I didn't know whether I was long or short. And I was trying to cover and I was adding to my position and I was sweating like you wouldn't believe because I couldn't figure out how to get out of the position. I mean, it was that was it. I said, no more, no mass. Yeah, I'll never forget that. Never forget that. I've done it here too, where well, the story ends that at least I'm here, Dwayne. So I didn't completely destroy my account, I guess. That's how the story ended though. That was it for me in the E-minis. I've done this something similar here in that, I've been in a position and I get out and I accidentally, within IB, let's say I had 200 shares of something, and I think I'm getting out of the position. I actually put 400 in the box, so I reverse my position accidentally. So let's say I was 200 long, now I'm 200 short, and I didn't realize it. And I'm looking at my. Sometimes it's worked out okay. But I'm looking at my P and I go, what the heck is happening? How can I be up or down that stock? I'm out of it. So you really got to pay attention. All right, guys. I better put my announcement in, okay? Because I will be taking a break in about 3 or 4 minutes. Andy will take over for me. So just give me a moment as I put my announcement in here on break back around. Oops, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I will put The link to get into YouTube in the main room. YouTubers, just stay where you are, of course. Okay, so that's the link to get into YouTube. Andy's not there quite yet. I'm just waiting for a little pop that I hear in my headset that I know he's entered into the YouTube room. Okay, that's all I'm waiting for. I think this one has probably been a very good one today. Yeah, the ESI. This ESI earnings play yesterday did not close near the high, though. So I didn't really see it in the pre-market. I was looking for stocks that had closed near the high, but they don't have to. It's at the high. It's at the high of yesterday now. ESI. Now, this is definitely one that closed at the high. Look at that. DBGI closed at the high yesterday, but it got up to that high yesterday, but fell down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I did take a look at it earlier, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, at least not readily available. So those of you with IB know what I'm talking about. It says, well, we'll try to find, but obviously if you're trying to intraday trade, I'm not going to wait around for them to try to find me shares to short. Trox are for kids, okay? TROX, guys. I know William will get that one. Let's take a look at this one. Where is the next low looking? Left? Too close. It's hard to say that, though, without saying silly wabbit. Have to Elmer Fudd it. Oh, I hear a little pop. Okay, guys. I will leave you guys now in the main room. I'll see you in about 1 hour. Andy is now in our YouTube room. So I put the YouTube link in the main room. You can head over and listen to Andy. I'm assuming you're there, Mr. Lindloff.
I'm here, Barry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loudly and clearly.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Obviously, you've cleared up all the mic issues you may have had.
Yeah. That was just a one-time setting.
Just a one-time? Okay.
Yep. That's all it was. I just had to go up there and set my headset as the default headset. So we're all set now.
No, Andy, how far back do your Swedish roots go?
Well, it's mostly my dad's 100% Swedish, and I think my mom has a little bit because my daughter did her like DNA and she had more than she should have had. So anyway, but
there's a reason I asked this question.
Okay.
The reason I ask is when USA were playing Sweden yesterday in the Olympics, who are you going for?
No, man, I born and raised in the USA, buddy.
All right. Okay, we're just wondering. Okay.
You know what? Right. I don't even know who won. Who won?
Oh my God. Well, you know what? I'm not going to talk to you.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It was on the afternoon and I forgot to check, Barry.
Okay. Well, the USA won in overtime, so
okay.
So they move on to the semifinals. So on a collision course with Canada. So
yeah, I'll definitely be watching. Yeah, I definitely watch it when it gets down to the semifinals and finals. Yeah, all right. I just too busy.
I'm teasing you, but that's okay. You're in Texas. Why would you watch hockey? I understand.
No, I do like it. I just I probably watch it more than I watch NBA, honestly.
Well, NBA is unwatchable for me. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. I might watch the last 5 minutes. It's just too much scoring.
Yeah.
and too many delays, too many fouls, too many of this
Yeah,
and that.
exactly.
So
If
I might
if the
watch.
Dallas Mavericks or, the Houston Rockets are in, in the finals, I'll
Yeah,
definitely watch it, but other than that, yeah, I just don't, I don't care that much for the NBA.
yeah.
I'm a college guy, right?
Well, we got our sports fix in, so
There we go.
I'll let you go, and we'll see you in about an hour, Andy.
All right, Barry, have a good one.
Okay, bye bye.
Hey, Trader 77. Yeah, I know you're a 100% Swede. Uh, like to get over there someday. See my roots. Well, this is the support webinar, guys. If you have any questions, be sure to drop them in the YouTube chat. I'll do my best to answer those. Uh, other than that, we can definitely talk about the market. It's been a very sloppy, hard to trade market lately. And I don't know what else to say about it. It's just been, this energy sector has been nice, but I'd like to get a little deeper pullback, for the setups. There was one, this AMPY was a nice little setup today coming into the day, triggered. And of course, I didn't take it because I scared the first 15 minutes of the day. And then it's got you when you have them gap up like that and then you get a move for 15 minutes, it's like, wow, you've already missed, 3% of the move. What's it going to do? And sure enough, I'd probably be sitting just barely positive in this thing. Probably the best thing to do is when you see those setups that you really like, let's go ahead and nibble them in pre-market. But there's been a lot of failed setups lately. I thought this RKLB, was looking nice. Now it does have to deal with that 20 period. This was maybe a little bit premature taking out that 10-day high, but that's why I only bought half a position in that one. This is one that I'll watch, and if it does take out that 20, maybe tomorrow or whenever, I will. Uh, I will add. Yes, yes, that California writing that weekly does look good on that. I did look at that on that AMPI, but yeah, just not a whole lot going on. I've been scalping a little bit the last few days. I probably should do that. I should do it every day. But I keep telling myself, if we get just a head snapping move out of nowhere, I want to be positioned, and it can't happen. And so what ends up happening is I don't take my scalps. Think looking for a bigger move. Great example is like this Microsoft. I've been in this Microsoft for a while and just had a nice move yesterday earlier. I probably should have banged out of half of it, but hindsight. Plus, I'm playing for a bigger move in that one. I'm just kind of doing a little, don't want to say bottom fishing because it's nowhere near. It's like it's all time low, but nonetheless, let's take a look at the weekly on this one. Yeah. So basically, just kind of buying a. Ooh, I do see that trend line. Let's take a look at that trend line. If I can, probably can't draw it on this chart, but let's give it a shot. I tell you, now I just draw. There we go. How about that? Yeah, sitting pretty much on its weekly trend. Gosh. Yep. Let's take a look. Let me put it on the daily. Take a look there, California writing. Yeah, I have seen that. That was actually that's been showing up on my eye homework. I do. Yeah, it does look good. sometimes when they have these huge moves like the basically doubled, doubled in one day, and then a lot of times it takes longer to kind of work it out. But you're right, there's um, nothing wrong with that chart at all. You just don't know when it's going to go. You get all these head fakes, or if it's going to go, but definitely looks good. All right. Bitcoin is trying to dig in. Go over my trades real quick. Amazon, I've been in for a while. Uh, if it does get back through that 10 period moving average, could be that's when I'll get aggressive on it or more add to it. Same thing goes with Microsoft. Been in that for a while. Just kind of flatten that thing right now. SMCI I bought this morning and pretty much flat in it. Bought it at 3104 on some news, but didn't didn't have enough energy to put it through that 5-day high there. But one just small size in that one. Yeah, anytime you chase some news, I just do it with very small size, and you can always add later. Array I bought on a pullback this morning, but it looks like it wants to go deeper. This thing's just been a booger to trade. But at least I didn't buy it yesterday up there. I bought it on the pullback today, but yeah, I'll probably give it should if it breaks this 11, I may just pass. But once again, just probably one third of the size. Grab I bought yesterday. I thought, this would have some follow through. It still may, but just kind of one I've been watching. Feel like uh, the bottom is close to being in. We'll see, but it triggered for me yesterday, so I bought it, and we'll see what happens. Just only about what 7 cents out of the money. Some stocks that are on the list today. Pause. I did not grab pause. Doing well. It's an earnings play, but it's also going to trade with silver. But you can see it's actually outdoing silver quite a bit today. So some good relative strength there in the silver sector. Uh, I like the mosaic setup, but even it's floundering now. But boy, you talk about let's take a look around. I mean, the Qs has just been a sloppy mess. Well, it's almost best, I prefer if you're going to have a sell off. I like the ones where you get it over with in about 2 weeks. Like what I'd love to have seen was a continuation after this bar right here, because that was an ugly bar. But just to come down and bounce back up, that makes it very difficult, and yeah, I would love to have seen just a nice little 15% sell off or something like that. From that makes it a lot easier for trading and for investing because now you've just been in a sloppy mess. But there's been some strength other in other places, and I've played some of them. But boy, you're just not getting a whole lot of setups. Just XLE. You just you're looking for just got out, really got out. Take a look at Exxon. Uh, Although it did set up yesterday for a nice little push, but not not a whole lot umph about it. A lot of times you get these, explosive moves for several weeks, and then that's it. You kind of slop around and then you sell off. But yeah, that sector got away. Very similar to the consumer staples sector. You look at like Colgate Palmolive, and it just I remember it triggering this day, and I'm like, because I was I was trying it all over here, and then so I had an alert in there, and it triggered. And I was like, man, I'm not falling for that again. Of course, it just rips. Okay, Bitcoin's getting a little lift here. I'm in Coin, and I'm in also in Mara, Mara. This one, some of these Bitcoins have kind of stabled, even though they're not taking the dive with Bitcoin as much as they have in the past, and really they got really clobbered, So this is one where if you can get a rally in Bitcoin, I think these will just have a kind of a exhaustion uh, bounce, and it could be massive. Let's take a look at Lunar. Yeah, interesting. It's a nice little double top there if we can get above. Alert. Yeah, that looks pretty good there. The AI sector has been tough. That's definitely one of the strong ones. The other ones, boy, they just been beat up pretty good. Although I do see BBAI is green today. Sound is actually green as well. Looks kind of similar. And Bitcoin's getting a nice little lift here. Gosh, Array, that's just you've been just the hardest thing in the world to trade. Now, excuse me one sec. Take a look around that sector. See, you got Riot. Uh, Samara seems like it's doing as good as any, and I'll probably be scalping half of this out. I've learned my lesson. I mean, yesterday I had some nice profits, and I tried to hang on to them, and ended up basically flatting the day. That's always frustrating. As a swing trader, you want to hang on to these positions for a nice, love for 3 4 day move. In some cases, maybe 3 or 4 weeks, but you got to take what the market's given you, and uh, market first. I always try to play back in my day trading days. The market always trumped any positions you felt really good about. Now, with that says, with Bitcoin, as long as Bitcoin keeps moving here, maybe coin can get going here a little bit. Okay, it's tickling yesterday's high there in Mara. And I just peeled off half of that. Now we can get the market going here. That would be nice. Let's take a look at bought a little bit of that XRPI. This was actually a couple of few 2 days ago was really outperforming Bitcoin. So I'm thinking here, just moving to highs. Didn't buy a lot, but I'm just thinking if Bitcoin can get moving. Yeah, if you love it, love that Luna. Just if you trade it well, that's like ONS. I wish I'd have held some, but had a nice little move the other day. Yeah, when it took out that high right here for a couple of days. That was some of those stocks. They just trade well. They have nice little runs. Gosh, it's just not a market you like to buy highs in. You know. Hopefully that array just wanted to tickle, wash out the, yeah, exactly. You just, like Tesla looks good right here, but honestly, I'd rather buy more Microsoft down, down here in this level. It just, it's just, this is the kind of stuff where you just not a market you want to chase. It's kind of like that RKLB. My trigger went off today, and I said, well, you know what? I'm gonna stick to what my call was, and then, but I'm probably much better just being patient and wait for a pullback. But like I said, half size, there's no reason until it gets through that 20 period moving average to get aggressive. Yeah, you got good odds for that. Lunar. Yeah, it's definitely a strong chart. If I was going to buy any, IAI stock, that would be the one. Now, that being said, it's kind of in no man's land. Although what I do like is it's above all of its weekly moving averages, which is really sweet for a weekly. There's not too many charts right now in the tech sector that are above all of their weekly moving averages like that. So that is definitely strong. You're going to talk me into buying it here, California writing is what you're going to do. Uh, so the weekly, it's kind of stuck in kind of the middle of its, call it like an 8 week range. Let's take a look at the monthly. Yeah, look at there, man. If it gets above that level, that level right there, is that an all time high? Check something real quick. Okay, yeah, I guess this was the IPO. Look at that. On the monthly, ran all the way up there. But what I do like, yeah, if it gets above this, 24 level, can be off. Of course, I may be asking a lot in this market. Aha, check this out. So these can be powerful moves if it can get through. It looks like it's kind of already through that level. Yeah, nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with that chart at all. As a matter of fact, this could be explosive. If it's kind of breaking this downtrend. But once again, you're still relying on the market. There's a big topping tail in IBIT. That's what happens in Bitcoin. If you take a look at it, man, I don't know if somebody is accumulating it or what, but if you go to a 15-minute chart, boy, you have so many. Uh, every time it tries to rally, it just gets slammed. Even it's just time after time again until that changes. Boy, you just got to stay in scalping mode anytime you're trading these. And this is exactly why I just took half of that Mara off. A lot of volume here today in the 15-minute chart, but boy, it's just going nowhere. Think you got to focus on maybe like a 4 hour chart and get it back above, this 68 level. Because right now it's just kind of in a downtrend. You see this 4 hour chart runs into the 10 period moving average and just boom, gets hit. If it gets above 67, 250, I think you could maybe have a nice little rally. But at least to maybe 60, 68 too. Look at that Mara doing the same thing, man, just getting slapped right. Big topping tail, just very similar to uh, Bitcoin. And coin the same way. Just boop. Come on, grab. It's just pathetic. Nice little bar yesterday, poking your head above like about a 2 week high, and then you're just gonna get weak on me. What's that next T doing? Actually holding up a little better than Ray. I mean, this stupid thing may go on the new do not trade list. Of course, a lot of things in this market feel that way. I need to add that lunar to my AI stocks. I don't know why I haven't. Why do I have 37 in here? A lot of them must have fallen under $4 or something, or $3, whatever I have it. Wait, this isn't right. Oh, it's ag stocks. I wonder I was going to say. Yep, you just gotta stay scalping. And I'll probably let this thing go. Can always buy it back. Vist was on the list today. I did like. I love that little setup there, but another one I passed on. Let's see, there was one I was looking at it. What is XIFR? Is that it? Yeah, this is kind of one to watch. Electric power generation had earnings the other day, popped. I was hoping I would get it down all the way, but it stopped short to that 20 period moving average. But maybe one to keep an eye on. I could see it doing a spinning top or a doji like it is now, but maybe set you an alert if it does take out that high. What's that? CVTA? CTVA? Yeah, that one's been strong lately. Yeah, still back at all-time highs or close to it. That's why I think I want to keep an eye on Mosaic. Now, I had a nice little trade in it the other day because I did buy it, through this level, but probably goodbye pulling back to that. Oh, Pfizer was another one I wanted to keep an eye on because that was one that had a really nice trade in it. Oh, from the day after earnings, I bought it. Had a nice little push, but boy, it's getting a put an alert in case that bounces back. But boy, for the most part, yeah, it is just a. Excuse me, I gotta go get off my feet for a bit. I've been standing for a while. Yep, Bitcoin. There's that slap down and sell, and I am not even going to mess around. I'll give it a little bit that Mara, but I'm not going to see where I want to put my stop. I like to give it a chance if it's potentially breaking out of this wedge to the upside, but I don't know if it's going to do that without Bitcoin playing. Yeah, I do like that lunar above that today's high and yesterday's high. Well, volume bar in the cues. I don't know if that's going to mean anything. Let me put it back on the 15-minute chart. Well, it's something to keep an eye on. That's uh that's the biggest bar of the day, and we still have another 8 minutes left in this candle. So maybe one to watch, and it can go either direction. That's for sure. But a lot of times, back when I was day trading, I would never react on a volume bar, but I want to know what the action is going to be afterwards. I got a cramp. That's uh that's a lot of volume. I don't know if it was a block trade or what, but that's a big volume bar. Hold on, I gotta answer this guy. And I'm gonna put a little alert in that because I want to know after that volume because we still have another 6 minutes left in it. SLS. Yeah, that's a nice little chart coming. I think that may have been in my on my eye homework. I'm pretty sure it was that setup there. Yeah, that's nice looking. There's the Pfizer. One to watch. Came right down to that kind of breakout level. If you're into this boring pharmaceutical company. I bought a little bit of that just to keep. See if it can put in a tail. We'll stop out at Lowe's. No, no, this is Andy. Oh yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, that I've been telling Steve. It's like I find myself all over the place. I said in this last 6 weeks, I should have just been playing my swing trade watcher because uh, those setups they're just they're a lot of them are really prime and they work. And I'm like, instead, I'm over here, buying Bitcoin and grab and hmm only 10 million in the float. Lot short. Wait, short growth. Okay, so only 10% float. So it looks like that's actually a good sign for me. A lot of times, a lot of people just if they see huge short float, they're just jumping in it. But what I like to see is when there's still a decent short float, but a lot of people are covering. Probably a lot of people got run over on this one. They're having to cover. But yeah, looks like okay, well, take a look at these cues after this volume bar, and yeah, it may have been just been one big print, but who knows? Steve, yeah, we three sharps. He's still on vacation. He's flying back today, so we just switched. He'll be here tomorrow. And looking like our move after that volume bar potentially down. Hopefully that Pfizer was a good pickup down there. Shook through, shook everybody out below the 20 and get a nice little bounce. Yeah, he's getting his skiing in. Yeah, he went skiing again, three sharp. Boy, IWM just kind of just hangs out, doesn't it? I think it's like I said, as long as you have KRE, and just pulled back a little bit, but still not far from yearly highs, $3 basically. But yeah, IWM's been impressive. And let's take a look. You got the diamonds, just yeah, not too far from all-time highs. But the poor Qs just can't get anything going. And now they're looking like they want to roll over. Let's take a look at the big boys. They're all bleeding back now a little bit. I'm looking for Intel. Look, I want to give that a shot off the thought I was gonna get there, but if it hits that 50, I may give it a shot. I think Drunken Miller bought some Google recently. You guys saw that on Twitter. Boy, just and there you have it. You got the cues. Got to pay attention to that if you're loaded up for sure. You got that huge volume bar, and then look what's happening afterwards. I went ahead and took my scalp in that Mara. Not a whole lot of exposure over here, but not liking what I'm seeing for sure. Backing out in the cues here. Yeah, it's just totally no man's slop right now. But they can sure, even though the cues are only down 0.62%, they can sure whack some of the individual stocks. That's for sure. Like Array down almost 7%. I like that Herbalife today. I was hoping I'd get a pullback. Get slammed at the open. Just never could get it. Got a little bit close to that 18. I got stopped out of this one. I just was giving that one a shot just in case Bitcoin is having a move, but now Bitcoin's rolling over. So just kept that real tight. I'll do that sometimes. Just doesn't work. Get out. See if the sectors are holding up. Oil still doing well. Moves. And that's what you get with Bitcoin over and over and over again until that changes. You just got to either if you want to play it alongside, you got to. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this, in the last uh 3 weeks, over and over again. Maybe one of these days, but I said 3 weeks, probably looking at 2 weeks. No, that's pretty probably close. But ever since this bounce, when everybody thought, "Oh man, the bottom is in," boom, you just keep getting these. Steve and I say it's like you're drowning, underwater, and you come up, you get your head above water, and you think everything's okay, and somebody's standing there with the oar, man, beating you over the head. It is. It's total mess. But a lot of times that's the way bottoms are. A lot of you would love to uh, just be a V shaped, maybe 1 or 2 days, and then you're back up. But not, in most cases, it's the way it is, which is kind of strange because usually, like when in market bottoms that have the extreme, like the market sell off in 2009, uh, where you're down like 60%. Uh, i- a lot, in many cases, those are V shaped, because you just reach that capitulation, and then the buyers come in, and it's a nice little V shape. But Bitcoin, that tells me we may not have seen a bottom, maybe more pain to come. I call it, as Barry's probably listening by now, I call it the double dipsy doodle. Hey, what they do is they come down, people think, "Gosh, I caught the bottom. Look at that green bar. Sweet, caught the bottom of Bitcoin." And the next thing you know, you got to wash those guys out. So it'll roll over, take out that low, and then that will put in the new low. I don't know, but you see that quite often. Steve, I'm not a big option guy. I have traded options. I used to do it more. It seems like about 10 years ago, I would, look for when I see these setups like these guys see on my trader's eye. A lot of times I will anticipate and I would go in and buy options on them, but I haven't done that in a long time. Just been trading the common. Uh, it's a different game. Most people lose on options, so you got to be very disciplined. It's That's why I like to look for things, that could has potential to be an explosive move. Because otherwise, if you're just buying something that's kind of just floundering around, in all likelihood, those options are going to expire and you're going to lose money. But uh, and you can get pretty exotic with options. I never did that. I was just usually I would either buy mostly calls. I don't like buying puts because it's too scary for me. But yeah, you can get pretty creative. I have some friends that are, buying the iron condors, whatever, and all these different butterflies, and it's like, man, That's too much work. Okay, 3 sharp. Yeah, 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 you gotta be careful. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Andy, it seems everything is that way. Shows a little energy to move higher. Yeah. You got to, I think I'm right now invested maybe, gosh, 20% of my capital is I see no reason to get aggressive in this market. It'll come at some point. And this will be over with. That's why I say I really wish it just get it out of the way. Have a nice correction or something like this. These are the worst when you just sit there and you slop around, not too far from all time highs, and it's you want to get bearish, but I see so many sectors, transportation, the important sectors, banks, transportations, home builders. It's like, gosh, you see a lot of, basic materials. You see a lot of stuff, is that is kind of gives you an idea of the direction of the economy. But so it's hard to get real bearish, but doesn't mean we can't, get hit. There's always can be something, something underlying that's causing it. Oh man, Barry
Who's
Phillips.
that handsome guy I'm seeing as a little inset moving
What's up,
around?
Barry?
Yeah, nothing much. Oh
I was
man.
just about to say, Barry must have fallen asleep, man. He's usually in here a few
No,
minutes
no,
early.
no. I
No.
had a couple of things to do. I had you on for about 5 minutes, so I caught the tail end of whatever you were talking about, options, margins, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
okay, okay. Are you an option guy? You don't play options,
Not
do
at
you?
all.
No.
100% no. I
Yeah.
think, in fact, I don't think I've ever traded an option in my life. I don't
Oh,
think I have.
wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
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 You're not missing a whole lot, but uh,
Yeah, as you said, I
okay.
mean, it's specialized.
It
You've really
is.
got to understand what's going on and decay and all that sort of stuff. I just prefer, I mean, with trade ideas, we can always find stocks to trade,
That's
even
true.
in the worst of markets with the best of markets. So, I mean,
Exactly.
that's what I like about the program. It's like the greatest reality show going because you just don't know what you're going to be met with every single day.
Yep. That's right.
You don't know what stupid little basket of stocks are going to go crazy. You just don't know.
You really don't. You really
You
don't.
know.
It's exciting. That's why I always try to keep my eye on a lot of stuff, because uh yeah, you never know.
You never know.
Uh-uh.
But I do know this, you're out of here.
All
That's what
right,
I do know.
all right, Barry. Well, you
So we'll
have a
see you
good
next
one,
Friday,
buddy.
I guess, right?
Yeah.
Next
Yep.
Friday?
Everybody have a
Back
great
to
weekend.
normal?
Yep. I'll be back to
Okay.
normal. All right.
Okay. See you,
Bye-bye.
Andy. All right, guys, I'm back. No, excuse me, California. No, he's on, typically he's on Fridays, okay? He switched with Steve. Steve was on a ski vacation this week. So Steve normally is Thursday and Andy is on Friday, okay? And one more thing to do. Ready to tackle the afternoon, see what's happening. Yeah, the market has been, been in definitely drift mode since, time was that? That's about 11:20. Yeah, a little pop up here, but yeah, just looking at the SPY. I know you guys are talking about the 680 level. Well, let's get it on the weekly chart or the daily chart at least and see what it's doing. What is the level that could be interesting? So it's below yesterday's low. Well, right there is 675. I mean, that would be 2 days ago low. Just give me a moment. I'm getting a lot of potential bounce plays, but they're not bouncing. I mean, you need the market. The market doesn't have to be ripping higher. You just don't want it to see it keep moving lower for some of these bounce plays that I'm looking at. Until this selling subsides, I'm just not interested in any bounce plays. I'm getting a few looks at them like the LAUR, but again, until the market starts moving down. Now with LAUR, there might be good support on the weekly chart right around this level, 33.55, 33.60. Look at the daily, the weekly low this week, last week, 2 weeks ago, and 3 weeks ago. So I mean, there could be some support there for the LAUR. Why not short? Well, because a lot of things I might be looking to short to me look too extended. I mean, I don't feel like chasing. Ask the question in our YouTube. I just don't feel like chasing something that's already moving down, 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 down. So I don't feel like chasing it down because you never know. I mean, that's when the market could just, do this little blue in you. Okay, like I don't want to chase it. I don't want to chase the stock going high or long, and vice versa. Boy, a lot of AI alerts today. I don't know why it's gone crazy. Could you use trade ideas to find stocks breaking support levels? Support levels are difficult. The reason being is that your idea of support may not be, another person's or my idea of support. It really, it's there's to me, there's just no absolute definition of what support is. So it all depends on what you think is support. Is it the next low or high looking left? Is it a bunch of days at a certain level? It really, I mean, the only, if you see a stock that's in consolidation, then it breaks above or below. Yeah, maybe. But other than that, if you're looking at intraday, I mean, it all depends. I mean, some people use the VWAP as support, right? Here, I sort of tend to use that and as support. Well, I mean, if you look at a weekly chart, look at MD as an example. It's just breaking down. There's a low right there. Some people would say, well, that's support. I mean, but others may not say that. That's why it's difficult to just say this is support and that is resistance. So if I looked at MD right now and the way it was trading, and now it's below that lower there, I might think to myself, well, if it keeps breaking that, that looked like a decent support area, no more, as an example. Hey, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Okay, I am now back, and I should be back without interruption for another hour anyway. So 109 right now, guys. So this is I think this is probably at the high of the day. GLBE, yes, it is. Not an earnings play. I was trying to figure out why is this one moving as smartly as it is. I couldn't. I see a price target, yeah, but it's cut from 45 to 40. Interesting. This House resumes is not that active today. It's not full. Moderna, somebody mentioned Moderna earlier, mRNA, and yeah, I mean, look at that, beautiful. See how it broke above the VWAP and kept moving higher, 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 and higher. Now, is it going to capitulate right now, just over that whole number, 48? Let's look left. Next high looking left. Well, it still has room. I mean, on the daily chart anyway, it's got room to 51 and change. So, $3 till it hits that next high. Not saying it's going to, of course, but at least you don't have to worry about daily chart resistance. All right, let's take a look at so here. Look at XLU today. Okay, XLU again, a little flight to safety with the dividend stocks. A lot of these utility stocks are dividend stocks, so a little bit of a flight to safety. What's the worst sector? Yeah, look at that financial sector, XLF. Yeah, touch the 200-day moving average yesterday. Did not close at it or above it, and now moving away again from it. I mean, this is pretty. This is obviously a major sector, the financial sector. Well, they're all major, but this is, I guess, some I'm going to put more major on top. Just give me a moment. Sorry about that. Duty calls. Jeez. Okay. Just give me my music going again. So, what were we talking about? We were talking about XLF. Yeah. So, XLF drifting down, financials. So you can see there was a little bounce, and I was talking about the Laurel earlier. There was a little bounce, with the market doing this, but but short lived, and we went a 10-minute bounce. But look at this red bar wiping out the previous one, and who knows what else. I mean, I guess my point is that these bounces right now are very short lived. Guys, I'm almost sure for sure going to be taking off at 2 o'clock. Okay, there's this stuff happening. I've got to get. So if you've got questions, I don't think I'll be able to stay late today at all. So I'll probably be taking off at 2 o'clock. William says he's going to keep the room open though till 3:45. Boy, lifetime low, guys. KLAR lifetime low earnings play. No, it's not an earnings play. Excuse me, not an earnings play. Well, it is an earnings play. February 19th pre-market, so it is an earnings play. So you know what? It has earnings. This is the reaction. So over the next 3 months, what's going to lift this stock? When you look at it like that, because the glimmer of hope maybe for people who held this stock right in here, thinking, okay, fingers crossed, whatever they were going to release was going to pop it. Not at all. So it's down 27%, all time low for KLAR. I mean, what good news do anybody holding this? I mean, not saying nothing can happen in terms of, they could put out some kind of a press release, I suppose, but earnings did not help it at all. Bigger than expected Q4 loss. Bigger than expected Q4 loss. Oh, now I remember what these guys are all about. Yeah, the buy now, pay later. Whoa, $26 million loss compared to a $40 million profit a year earlier. Wow. That is not a good turnaround. Yeah, buy now but can't pay later. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at that. So you see nice big 10-minute bounce, guys, and then kersplat. So that's why the bounce plays are just not in vogue right now. All right, guys, it's 1:23. So I'm going to put my homepage link in right now, one last time for the day, and show you what you can find on my homepage, including how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and the scans and races that I'm currently sharing. So this promo code, I don't know how much longer it's going to be available, but anyway, you can still get 22% off the first month only, the first month only, the first month only, okay, of a Trade Idea subscription or the entire year, okay, of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter if you pick our standard service or our premium service. So that 20, if you take it a monthly, it's 22% off first month only. All I ask, going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and for those of you in YouTube, there is another room called the Trading Room, and it's a lot more action in this trading room. It's also free. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi. And today, and most days, it's open till at 3:45 a.m. p.m. And thank you, William, for keeping the Obi for opening it early, and for William to keeping it open later after I leave. So again, on a big day, it's open from 6:45 to 3:45 Eastern Time, and there's no delay. Also, there's no time delay in YouTube. There is a imposed by YouTube about a 7-second delay, so there's no delay in here. Education. No, before I do that, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be in either of those two folders. Okay. And when you get the email, you'll see there's a suggested entry, a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. Education. Click on the education link. If you've taken out a subscription, you must do this mandatory 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have trade ideas and wondering about the product? Start off with the second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you might want to try. You can always try us on a monthly basis. You can unsubscribe at any time, even within the first month. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free 15 videos, free series of videos, 15 of them. Okay. If you're new to trading. And if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, scans, which is triggered here. MD on the way down. On the way up. Boy, what a run. It's been a rocky one. Very interesting trading today for that MD. So here's what I'm sharing right now. The large cap gainers is over here. Bugs me that it's all muddled up for some reason. Biggest gainers. This is a large cap race. This is a race that has no stipulation about market cap or float. Consequently, you will get stocks making can get stocks making big percentage moves in here, whereas typically you do not in this one. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside looks like something like this. Just two competing scans competing against each other. And sort of named movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. If you're in red, that is a low of the day. If you're in green, that's a high of the day, with other filters in place, of course. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market active's up and the pre-market active's down. Over here, the Halts resumes. I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. So any questions about the scans or trade ideas related, you can ask me questions all day long. Only thing I really can't answer are accounting questions, but I can direct you to the people who can. Again, why are utilities looking pretty strong? I had a couple of pullback days. You know, a lot of times this is what people will buy these utility stocks. They have dividends, and so when they get a little nervous about the overall market, you know, this ETF usually does pretty well. Well, another financial ARC, ARCC. No, I'm sure it's not part of. Well, I shouldn't say that. It might be. It's a big float. Well, I'm just wondering. I don't know what stocks actually make up XLF, but even if this didn't, I mean, it's just part of the sector, overall sector, financial sector. You know what really was sneaky, at least it was earlier, was this cold. Yeah, I mean it has finally done this, but boy, that was just a nice little move all day long when it hit the high of 1405, starting to fade now. No questions? Okay, guys. Well, I'm not really looking at it. Wow, look at that. You know what? I can tell you this. I think the last time I saw this MLEC, it was at about 16. Yeah, or 17. Yeah, 16 something. So here's the MLEC doing its thing again. There's the VWAP. You know, what if it takes out the VWAP? What's the spread like? I mean, it's not great, but it's not, well, now it just widened. 1833, 1910. Hmm. What is DNLI doing? Okay, so DNLI, not an earnings play. So, but look what it's doing. It's coming to me anyway. Look at the daily chart. I mean, they have one, two, three, four, almost five highs where it is now. You know, will that keep stalling it, or will it crack through? And in which case, that'd be about $1 to the next highs. Hard to commit though. Boy, this one, this KNRX, yeah, 114 races, but boy, it is just gave it all up. I mean, it's still up 117%, but it really gave it up. Remember, it was up well over 200%. Okay, Rare just reared its head here, guys. Rare. It just all of a sudden caught a big bid. RARE. Trying to see if there's any. There must have been some kind of news to get that volume coming in for Rare. Shortable for me, 5 million shares available. But as you know, AJ, you don't throw it out just because of one bad day. I know you know that because not every day is going to be stellar. Okay, is this a top? Is this a top for Rare? Yeah, I mean the temptation also is to maybe change some of your scans because they weren't working on one day. I wouldn't do that. I mean, look, if it keeps it up, you get 4 or 5 days in a row and nothing seems to be working, then okay, you might want to do some tweaking. But this is just stuck here. Almost like it's not halted, but it's just stuck. 68.74, 68.74. I've seen that for almost a minute now after the big pop for Rare. Man, this is just stuck. This is a high up here with 85 or so, 85. So it hasn't dropped too much from that high. I'll forget about trying to even short it if it takes this out. Well, it looks like it is now, 2178. Put a price alert on 2181. See if it gets back up there. You get any news on that one, William, on the Rare, RARE? You get any news on that one? I don't see anything from Interactive Brokers. Hmm. So you didn't? Okay, so it's just a because move, but the volume came in. I mean, that's 50,000 shares right there, a little over maybe, right there, popped it up. Okay, if I took this one and I just put a stop at the high there, what's the worst that can happen? I get stopped out? Maybe it's gonna get closer to 22. Late reaction on a class action? Really? Wow. Okay, you're talking about this, Hermes, right? I mean, I saw all this. The lawyers coming out of the Gross law firm. Great name for a law firm. The Gross law firm, reminding investors of the pending class action suit. But I'm looking for a reason why it popped. I mean, it's up for the day now. It's not being hammered because of that news. Still looks strong. Yeah, I mean, 2188, 2194. Well, I'm glad I didn't short it. But 22 might be. I mean, it still has room. I mean, 2319. That is the high looking left. Oh, I see what happens. Okay. Okay. So, negative tweet on court. Okay. So they lost their patent infringement appeal against Kiva. Number one. Well, let's see what it does here. I mean, it's right at the VWAP area. Court is right at the VWAP area. Thing is, Hermes, I mean, I know you know this, but we can look at probably 100 stocks, those sort of stocks, and you're going to see class action suit galore on many, 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 many stocks. I wish it were that simple, just short because some law firm is pleading with you to join a class action. Take a look at this court, guys. I mean, this is interesting. I mean, will it hold? Will it hold the VWAP, which is around 31.99, right around? So call it 32, okay? Call it 32. Will it hold it? The tweet must have just happened, right, William? Yeah, if it were a stock, William, if it were a class action lawsuit stock. 136. Okay, well, that was 2 minutes ago, right there. Okay. Not a big reaction yet. Rare is still hanging in there at the high here, guys. It's still testing 22. Oh, I see. You're right, William. Yeah, maybe it happened right there. There's a pretty big bar right there, isn't there? right at 1240. So you would think if maybe it was right there because the stock was running a bit, trying to recover somewhat, and then all of a sudden you get that bar right there at 1240. Really? I Because here is where it was halted, and 40 in the 10 it was halted. The first halt was at 10:26, and there was a resumption. Well, if we're a bit of a VWAP player, the VWAP so far is holding, acting as support so far for court. Seems to me that would be the tweet area, just because of the size of the bar, kind of out of nowhere. I mean, we had a nice little run, recovery, and then boom. This is at the high, I believe. Gold, yeah, GLBE, yeah, this is at the high again. Earnings play yesterday didn't close near the high, but it's at yesterday's high now. GLBE didn't close at the high or anywhere close to it, really. Well, here's a company I have never heard of, the Magnum Ice Cream Company. Never heard of that, out of the Netherlands. Never heard of that. Started trading, I guess. Must have been, was this an I don't remember this as an IPO, but you look a couple of months ago, that's when it started trading anyway as MICC. So this had earnings a couple of days, 3 days ago. Not good. The reaction was actually pretty brutal. It was up $20 and it got down to 15, so 25% down. A couple of days down again. Little stop yesterday and a bit of a recovery today. High is 17. Yeah, it's too close. Too close for me anyway. That's the high looking left around 17, so that's too close for me. If the next high had been more like, I don't know, 17, a little over 17, number one, I might have been a little more interest. Boy, Rare is looking. Did it win a race? Yes, it did. Rare is looking like maybe it's topped out at that 22 level. I wish. Now here's the reverse. I wish that daily high was closer. All right, guys. So I'm probably going to take. I can stay a little after two. I mean, I can say there are things I have to do, but I mean, I can delay them if there are questions. But I'm looking to maybe wrap this up for me at 2 o'clock. But I can stay a little later if there are some questions. I just don't see any questions now. There are a lot of questions in the morning, but not. Well, I see Dr. MA here. So you're saying it's popping, MA. So yeah, a little pop, high of the day. Looks like it's a high of the day. I mean, does this have room? The next high is 232. So, I'm obviously if I took it at 210 and I got anywhere close to 232, be very happy. But, but, the way I look at things is that, as it gets closer, you could get people selling. So now if it gets through 232, then you've got a lot of room up to 280. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. Well, look at the market now. Excuse me, the market real choppy around here, but let's see. Let's see if this is waving off all this red. All right, so there is a mini struggle for rare at 22, a mini one. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I have to take off. There's just stuff happening at home. I've got to take off. Okay, so I do apologize. Thanks for all your help all day long. I'm going to have to shut down YouTube completely before I take off. I have my homepage link in YouTube at the bottom. If you want to come into the main room still, it'll be open until 3:45. Okay, 3:45. So right now it's about 1:55. So it'll be open for another not quite 2 hours. Okay, so if you're in YouTube right now, just scroll down and here is the trading room right there. Okay, so that's if you're in YouTube. And for those of you in the main room, I will keep my layout up and running, but I'll definitely be taking off now. You might see, my pointer move a bit, but I have several distractions. Okay, so I just can't keep trying to do all these things. I'm multitasking, but usually pretty good, but not this one. Oh, it's not. It's nothing serious. It's just stuff going on that I have to take care of. So, no, not a bike ride. Well, are you kidding me? It's freezing out. Okay, just give me a moment as I put the announcement up. I'm a fair weather rider, Barry, with a Y. Barry with a Y. I am a fair weather rider. Okay, so my screen will be displayed, or my layout. Until 3:45 p.m. ET. I have left for the day. Okay, so I'm muting myself now, guys. And we'll see you now. The room, Obi will open the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. Okay, so we'll see you guys then. I won't be in there. I won't be in the room, but a couple hours afterwards. Okay, so I'm muting myself now.